This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. Hey everybody, what's going on? Yep, I was going to go live earlier, but thought I'd wait a while because yet again, another live that destroys it just sucks the oxygen out of the room for everybody else. But that's okay. Anyway, I was watching that live though with the statement analysis guy, and some of that stuff that we pointed out. Yeah, definitely, like the dogs, not him saying that the dogs weren't even there. Just, how he so quickly was saying how she's missing. But some of the stuff, here's what I thought I didn't like, is how when it started, it seemed like it was just this cold listening. And about 5 minutes in, the host started giving the guest a bunch of, how he was feeling about it. Started throwing him these other things that Don had done. And now, the wheels really start turning. And now everything that you're listening to is something really weird and nefarious, right? Like, don't you think could you imagine being married to somebody that thinks like that? Hey, honey, I went to the store earlier. Wait, why are you telling me that? Are you telling me because you didn't really go to the store and you were secretly having an affair? We're going to have to talk about that. Well, no, that's not... Oh, now you're denying it. So that means you're feeling... Yeah, it's just... it's incredible. There isn't one sentence that Don says that doesn't have something pointing towards his guilt in it. That's ridiculous. Okay, everybody. One of the things too, I don't think I'm not saying Don didn't do it either. Okay, I think there's a chance that he did something based on the information that's out there. There's a chance. Okay, but you can do that to anybody. This stuff right here. It's called statement over analysis. All right? It's interesting. A lot of everything he's saying, you go, yeah, okay, yeah. But then after a while, you think to yourself, wait, he could have just been saying that, well, he could have just been, through his life experience, be a negative Nancy and thought she was just gone right away. He just knew it. Maybe overselling his ability, his perception. Who the hell knows, right? Here's what I think. I think that had Chris done this interview the first day and got this information, it would be way more valuable than it is later when Don's been grilled and questioned for months and months and months, not months and months, weeks and weeks and weeks. And he's now paranoid about different things. So he comes up with, he sort of preempts you thinking a certain way about something. That's how people do it. Hey, thank you, Anna, for Megazoid, too. Appreciate it. So that's the thing, is he's been sort of jaded by this whole process. What I do say, and I have said, is that Don, I'm just throwing this out here first before we get to the Delphi, that right away he was already resigned to the fact that she was kidnapped and probably in Mexico. That to me was weird, okay? And it always is weird. I'm not going to say it's not weird. It's just a little strange, okay? So that's something that bothered me. All right. So anyways, did you guys listen to the the podcast by True Crime Garage this week, where they irresponsibly released 2 initials, and then everybody knew who those were, and then started putting them out on the internet? That name. Yeah. Three times. Wow, you're crazy, Georgina.
Hello from Switzerland.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Thank you, Rita Schaefer. Sylvia Eschbach. And Anna for becoming a Megazoid. And Michelle Nicholas up above. Yeah, I had sort of a sad conversation with a family member regarding True Crime Garage. It was like, they were just like, man. You know, they make a lot of money, though, so you can't really blame them for making a lot of money with whatever they're doing. I mean, I think it was just kind of irresponsible. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah. Why do you put that name in there, you idiot? Listen. Why do you keep typing that in, Johnny? I don't want the guy's name in here. We don't know. I don't think he has anything to do with anything. Yeah. So, anyways, if we're talking about it, DP is the name that they use. Sassmere. That was pretty good. Unprogram the mind. Thank you.
I listened to that podcast and I'm so glad you're about to get into it.
Well, I just want people to call in too and tell me what they're thinking about it later. I do have the lines open, but let me talk about it for a little bit. You know, I don't even know where to start on it. You know, it's just so apparently they're saying that this DP guy. Hey, Johnny Utah, if you say his name one more time, I'm going to ban you from the channel. Do it. Okay? I just told you not to do that. What an idiot. God. We don't even know if the guy, DP, you know, now I might accidentally say it because you've said it.
Hey, Grey and Freaks. Just a quick hello to you all. Heart.
Thank you, Sarah Smile. Like that name too for some reason. Let's see, what is he doing here? Okay, well, you'll have 89,999. Okay, Johnny Utah, come back with one of the other ones. Hey Mag, thank you. All right, so you know how the flannel shirt guy, one of the McCain brothers, he saw here, let me go over here. Apparently he saw a couple, you know, it was reported back under the bridge. That's what it went through the grapevine, that he saw a couple under the bridge, and that's what was out there from Derrick a long time ago. But that's what he said. Somebody else said. We don't even know if they were under the bridge. We don't know if they were off to the side. But apparently they're saying that this DP guy is one of those 2 people. Okay, now listen to this craziness that was on that podcast. They said that, well, they were down below, therefore they're at the crime scene. So it must be that the person that was arguing was actually Libby or Abby with the killer. That this DP is the killer because he was at the crime scene at the same time. Okay, well, listen, the girls were probably taken off the end of the bridge at 2:20 to 2:30. 2:50 is when the flannel shirt guy was probably in the area. That's the same time that Cheyenne was in the area. Remember Cheyenne? She was this girl that went out there and she was taking photographs. And she originally said she was there at 3:45 to 3:50. But it turns out that's when she actually uploaded the image at the parking lot, and she was on the bridge at 2:50, probably all the way up to 3:30, I would imagine. So you guys remember the Cheyenne individual, right? Well, to make their story work, they have to say, well, Cheyenne's making it up that she was there that day because she too saw the couple who she actually knew. She knew the two people because they're local. And then she said she saw one of her friends out there. And I showed you guys a while ago that the shadows match up well with right around 3 o'clock, that first image that she took. And then I think the next one was later, more like 3:15, down at the other end of the bridge off of platform 5. Yeah, I thought Nick, he seemed more reasonable than the rest of them. He's like, well, what's the motive? Why would Cheyenne lie about this? Yeah, that's a good point. Then they started getting into, oh, this DP guy's lied. I mean, listen, everybody. You don't think, if these guys talk about him, you don't think law enforcement have interviewed this guy? And they have interviewed him. Okay? They have interviewed him. And they've also interviewed Cheyenne as well. It's not really completely good cop, bad cop, because he was sort of believing into some of it. Yeah, that's true. He did seem like he definitely, I listened to it again, and he seemed more opposed to it. I think somebody said that in the chat the other night, and I was like, I don't know. But the second time, it seemed like that. Isn't it weird how the Delphi Knights always bring in the trolls? Why is that? Well, none of them, Jeannie. What are you talking about? I have no clue what you're even saying. Look at this person said, hey, Gray, the Delphi killer watchers. The Delphi killer, I think, meant to say watches everything closely. Do you have any idea which of your followers or trolls is the guy? Well, how would I know? You think he's subscribed to the channel? If he's out there watching, even? Thanks, D&K Rec. John France. And then they were talking about how, this DP guy's lied and changed his story multiple times. Why would he do that? I mean, I just, it was mind-boggling. It was, you know what it was? It was a story pulled from the dregs of Reddit. The bottom barrel fishing, looking for the craziest thing in the world. And hey, let's make it work. And they literally had a guest on to go discuss it. And crazily, they did mention my shadow work that I've done. Of course, they never mentioned me. He did comment to me on a blog saying, well, we mention you're down the hill, your Delphi podcast all the time. Okay, that's great. But this is my YouTube channel where I actually talk about this stuff. That has nothing to do with this. Okay, I've gone over this stuff 1,000,000 times on here. This case, the Delphi case. And they even use the same wording. Except he couldn't remember the wording, so he messed it up. Okay? Like, what do I usually say about the car that was parked by the abandoned CPS building? What are my exact words? I always say, I think it was interesting that they said they want to know who the driver of the vehicle was. As if they actually know what the vehicle was. They just want to know who the driver was. How many times have I said that? Put a 1 if I've said that 100 times, almost worded exactly like that. Do you remember that? I've said that literally 1,000,000 freaking times. It's like 1,000 times, all right? So when you hear that, and then you listen to the freaking podcast, and let me just play this one. There was multiple times. But listen to this. Listen.
unusual they asked for the driver about the driver. Seems like maybe they know about. I thought it was unusual they asked for the driver about the driver. Seems like maybe they know about who the vehicle is. I thought it was
who the vehicle is. See, he couldn't say it correctly because it wasn't his own thought. You know, had it was his own thought, he would have been able to. I thought it was unusual that they wanted to know the driver of the vehicle. Seems like they know who the vehicle. Look, I guarantee it, he didn't come up with that. It's just crazy. And then there's all this other stuff about the shadows and the research, and it shows a certain time, certain wording and phrasing was almost identical. Like he was there to hunt that day, and he wasn't. It's hard for me to explain it to you guys. But if you heard it and you watched this show, you would have been like, "Wow, Grace says that all the time. Oh, wow, he says that all the time." Yeah. So, anyways, I mean, people can say whatever they want and all that kind of stuff. I think it's odd knowing that that a lot of the research and stuff that I've put together over the years gets used a lot, but never. Maybe they just don't like me, so I don't get mentioned. And that's the part that bugs me, I guess. Because I guess if I was taking somebody's theory, I would say, yeah, over there on Chasing Truth channel, she was talking about this or that. And boom, 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 boom. If I was going to use their theory, because I think I'd be embarrassed not to. So I guess that's where I'm a little different. Anyways, wait, what happened to the music? Oh yeah, quit playing. Yeah, and that same idiot, the Skip guy that from Reddit. That was on there as a guest, he said that, oh, I have this law enforcement source. Well, it turns out the same guy that I had on, who explained to us that inside information about the bicycle, you guys remember who I'm talking about? He came on. He's the same person. He's not a law enforcement person. So he lied on the podcast. And then secondly, he told people in the comments over there that he's been working on this case for a year only, and that 3 months ago he got this source to tell him that, so it was way before me. And I'm like, dude, I've been talking about this. I've known from 2018 is when I was first contacted by that person. And that's why you guys all know that the killer was there for 20 minutes of the time that Derrick was there from those conversations 3 years ago. So that's what's just, when you watch stuff like that, you almost want to puke. Yeah, unreal. And the sad part is, you look into the comments, everybody's like, wow, this is incredible. And they're all looking up this guy. You know, let's just say that, I have to say, sure, it's a possibility. You know, anybody over there is the guy, right? But what if it's not, like the likelihood is that it's not him. I mean, it's tremendously likely it's not him. So knowing that, what if it turns out it's not him? Where you take back, delete that show? Oh, man. You don't think I have 1,000 accounts? Keep making some more. Keep making more accounts, guy. Yeah, it just is what it is, and they can just plausibly deny it. What do you mean? You're the only one that has these thoughts? Okay. That's right, Amber Maiden. We're down to. He's only got 8,997 to go. All right, so if you guys want to call in and talk about what you got from the podcast, you can even try to defend it if you want to. I think what really made me realize, okay, this is total garbage. Hey, thanks, D and K Rec, was when, to make the story work, you had to have Cheyenne not there on that day. She was just wrong or making it up. Okay? And she took the picture some other day. And then once you know that, don't worry about it, Zozon. I told you about it earlier, a couple days ago. It was I mean, once you realize that they need to have her not there, then it's, oh boy. Do you have any proof that she wasn't there? And then you go, well, do you have any proof she was there? Well, yes, we have those photographs. Oh, those are fake. They were... Now, why would she lie about any of it? It just doesn't make any sense. She even was interviewed by law enforcement. She was there. No doubt about it. Yeah, you don't want to listen to it. They got plenty of listens. Unfortunately, this guy right here, DP, will be absolutely trolled and people doxing him all the time at this point because his name was on that. And then there's this person on Facebook that contacted me. It was a really weird conversation. A bizarre one. Just right at the end, out of nowhere, they said, "You can't have it both ways, I'm done!" And I don't even know what I said that was both ways. Now here's the thing. I did text the information to one of the higher ups over there in the Delphi investigation. Okay. I said, well, hey, this podcast is talking about this guy. It's crazy. And he said, don't believe anything any podcaster says. Okay. Now a lot of you guys put me into as a podcaster, and you don't have to believe anything that I'm saying. I just try to find out the most accurate information and put it out there. How come so many idiotic trolls show up on Delphi night? What is it? Are you guys that sick that you have to mock the deaths of two little girls? Wow. Unreal. Yeah, I mean, it's really sick. I don't really get it, why you guys do that. Can you explain it? One of you trolls out there? Go ahead. I just need you to explain why you think it's okay to troll a channel talking about the case. Ah, jeez. I'm going to make sure to hide that one. See? Another idiot. Yeah, they really are. They're just sick people. Thank you. All right, so who all watched the podcast? And if you did, why don't you listen to it, I mean. Why don't you call in and tell me what you were thinking when you were listening to it? Like, what are the things that you took away that you either believed or you didn't believe? Yeah, that's what I try to do. Common sense. Yeah, they're usually from Reddit, the Reddit people, or some, it's really strange. Like last night, after the show that we did, I had 250 likes and 120 dislikes. I mean, that is a crazy ratio, but I appreciate the dislikes because that gave me 360 engagements. They don't care either way. That was why would I mean, if I tell you the podcast, if you didn't watch it, then you didn't. If you didn't listen to it, then you didn't listen to it. I'm not going to advertise for them. I did mention it earlier. Do you think there were fingerprints in some trees when he said guys? Now, what does that even mean, man? Oh yeah. What the hell? They had things backwards too. Let me see. I took a few notes. I just got tired. Oh yeah. So I'll just the name of the podcasters is True Crime Garage. They said they claimed that at 2:50 to 3 o'clock, that's around the time the girls were making contact. Well, it's not around the time. It's like a half hour after, likely, right? And that argument is actually the killer and one of the girls. So he's saying that the arguing couple that Cheyenne saw and the flannel shirt guy saw, they're saying that that was actually an argument between one of the girls and the killer. I mean, just think about that for a second. It's pure lunacy. Oh yeah, and also this, check this out. So there's two elements that they had to make true to make everything work. Is that McCain didn't see the couple, he only heard them. Okay? Because if he'd sees the couple, the same couple that Cheyenne saw and recognized, then you're out of that realm. You know that it wasn't Abby or Libby arguing with this guy. Right? So that's the problem. You see the problem with that? I mean, it's like, what it is it's confirmation bias. How can we make my story work? Ooh, crap. McCain can't have seen both of them. He only heard them. But oops, we have Cheyenne who saw that same couple and she knew them. How do we make that work? Oh, here we go. Let's make it that she was there on a different day. There we go, everybody. Now it all makes sense. And then when I was talking to this person on Facebook, one of their answers was, well, I can still make it work even if Cheyenne was... Oh, God. Okay. I can still make it work. That's just classic. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the arguing couple is on the north side of the bridge, so it's a quarter mile away, like I was saying before. The arguing couple was seen over in this area. McCain didn't walk across the bridge, see an arguing couple down here. That just didn't happen. And then when I said it to him, they said, well, McCain, why wouldn't McCain walk across that bridge? He's trying to, fix the trail system. Well, because he is like 70-something years old on a 6-foot wide bridge. I'm sure he's not really into it. And that's not how it went either. He never said that. Nobody's ever mentioned that before. But yes, I can't prove it. I guess you could get the answer if you get a hold of Cheyenne. She would tell you where she saw the couple. Then you'd say, well, that's a different couple, the one that... It's just... sometimes you just have to give up on a theory when it doesn't make sense. But this isn't going to be one of those. This is going to keep being pushed. There's going to be ways to find how can we make it work over and over and over again. All right, well, this might be a shorter show if somebody doesn't want to call in, because that's what it's about. I want people that have listened to the podcast to call in. Yeah, wouldn't that be great, Richard? That'd be fantastic. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've always liked them as people and everything, but I mean, I'm just... Look, I think it's okay when somebody criticizes some other person's work. And you go over it because you realize that it's not accurate, nor has a very little likelihood of being true, like literally 1 in a billion. Okay, and I think it's important for somebody to come out and talk about it because now there's so many people that watch these kinds of things and go, wow, that's amazing, and believe it. Their minds believe stuff like that. I know that I have people that watch my channel that they're willing to believe just about anything all the time. I mean, I do have some of those people, and it's they'll message me, hey Grady, did you see this? Let's see. No, I can't start over. Yeah. It's just, God, it's crazy. And here's the thing: is there's two sort of other YouTubers that have talked about this same person a long time ago, just for other reasons, and they're just let's see, and you got Reddit involved here. So when you look at it like that, you got two bottom-feeding YouTubers that just put out crazy crap, and then you've got a Reddit involved, and now they're on a podcast. I mean, it's just, you couldn't get any worse combination than that. Couldn't be any worse for getting something right. I'll tell you this right now. If it turns out it is that guy, it wasn't Abby and Libby fighting with anybody under the bridge. Okay? God, I mean, that's almost kind of sick to bring that shit up. Right, it's one of the girls arguing with them. All right, 505. Hey,
good to talk to you.
Hey, who's this?
It's
Okay, what did you say? Good to talk to me?
Sorry.
I couldn't hear you. Sort of broke up. Yeah, how's it going?
Good.
Okay.
Good. Is that any better?
Yeah, you kind of went like that. Had a weird sound, but now it's better now. It's better now.
Okay. Anyways, I listened to the podcast, and I thought it was pretty awful. The stuff that guy was saying, it just was crazy.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense.
I couldn't believe one word.
Factually.
No.
Yeah.
And to accuse Cheyenne of lying about it, I didn't get that either.
Hey, hold on. You don't need to. Well, hold on. You don't need to. Brian Smith has been around a long time. Don't remove his comments. Yeah, I probably don't need to pay attention to him. Okay, go ahead. Say what you just said. What was the part that?
Oh, sorry.
I hate having to go back in and fix something.
Oh, that's okay. I understand.
Yeah.
I said I couldn't believe how he made it look like Cheyenne was lying about this, even though you've proven with her picture that it was taken there that day. At that time.
Yeah. Well, I know that it was at 3:00. So then she's lying about everything else too. I mean, it's just
and to protect this thing didn't make sense at all. I was really disappointed.
Yeah. What else? What other? What? You remember anything else from it? Because I just kept listening to it, and it's just. There got to be a point where there was just so many weird little comments.
Well, that's what I mean. There were so many things that were so off from what little we do know that it was hard to follow because it kept bouncing around, and it just seemed like you said they're trying to make that person, Skip or whoever the heck he is trying to make his theory fit the clues and what we know so far.
Yeah, it's like an absolute, like a classic case of confirmation bias, where you just say, how do we make this work? Let me see.
Well, you only have to change every detail in the story to make it work.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just...
But yeah,
it sucks.
It was bad.
Yeah.
And it made me lose respect, you know. I used to listen to them all the time. And I was like all excited thinking, oh, this should be good. And I got into it. I'm like, oh my gosh, what are they thinking bringing him on to say all that? Where's his proof of who he is and how he got this information? And
yeah, you just got it from like Reddit and watching people's videos. There's nothing.
Probably.
Nothing.
Or maybe nothing new and nothing original.
Right.
Maybe it's everybody's buddy Harmon in disguise.
Oh, jeez.
Skip.
Oh, boy.
That's a wacko, too. I saw him in the thread commenting on the podcast right away.
Oh, boy.
That's when I knew it was time to go. And then the other person who insists that it's TD, you know who I'm talking about. It has to fit. It must be him.
Yeah.
The Catholic store guy. He was, you know.
That's right.
Yeah, he was commenting on it too, and telling Nick and Captain they need to call him because he's from Delphi and knows all the facts.
Oh, and he's got the... Well, I bet he'd know more, actually, than the guy that they had on.
Well, I
to
think
be honest
so
with
too,
you.
but I mean,
it's weird. You're talking about Cat, right? Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guaranteed he'd know more than the guy they had on.
I think so too.
Yeah.
But he's another one that wants his theory to be correct, no matter which facts we have to twist to get it there.
Yeah, it's the same thing, just over and over and over again.
Yeah. Right. But it was definitely not a good thing. But I appreciate what you do. I enjoy listening to you all the time, even on non-Delphi nights. And just
all right.
Keep up the good work.
Well, I'm glad you listen on every night. We're doing some good things over here.
Yep. Almost every night I do. Yep.
Excellent.
As much as I can.
Wait, what was your name again? Because it got kind of muffled at the beginning.
Oh, sorry. It's Joelle Leah.
Oh, Joelle Leah. Do you comment? Do you chat a lot, or you have a different name in there?
Yeah, I don't. No, it's under Joelle Leah. I comment sometimes, not a whole lot, but every now and then. I just enjoy listening and reading the chat and watching you trash the trolls.
Yeah, that's probably fun. Huh?
I understand.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in.
Have a good night.
You too.
You're welcome.
All
Bye.
right,
It was nice talking to you.
You too. Bye-bye. Hello. Yeah, you got to turn down your audio. I can hear myself. Well, what's going on? I can barely hear you, but I can hear myself really loudly. I'm just going to have to get rid of you, man. I can't hear it. Sorry. I don't know what was going on there, so... Yeah, it was just like I kept hearing myself. The audio was really quiet. Don't know what that was. I always get nervous. It was a guy. Usually the guys that call in on Delphi, probably 40% of them are trolls. So I get little spider senses up. So if anybody wants to call in, the lines are open now. There, my heart, yeah. Yeah, so anyways, for those of you who are here, I'm going to be just doing this, I'm going to still do every one of the normal shows that I normally do, but I'm going to do this little thing with Chasing Truth. Maybe, at first it might be a couple times in a week or something, but it normally just be once or something during, like the daytime. Noon my time for like an hour or so. So that should be pretty cool. It'll be fun. Her and I, we talk when we talk on the phone. Yeah, so mean. Allegedly. When we talk, we'll probably just be exactly the same on the show, right? No, it's not about summer. Is the show over from earlier, though? I was kind of proud that I got 275 people, even during the 14,000 people watching the other show. Even some of the freaks were over there watching. Sadly. Let's see. Yeah, it'll be awesome. Yeah, what we were talking about earlier is it really possible that literally every sentence that somebody says is nefariously derived in their mind? Because that's what it sounded like after a while. Once there was the cue given by Chris to the guest that, hey, this guy, I'm interested in this guy. And you could tell it happened like 3 minutes in. First it was like, that was a kind of a nice comment. And then 3 minutes in, every single thing the guy said, there's some nefarious meaning behind it. Right? You know, and some of those things I agree with that they're odd and strange, but really every single one of them? Give me a break. Hey, thanks, Brandy Bradford. I mean, I don't even know how they got through the show. They're probably only a quarter way through the interview at this point. Yeah. All right, here we go. We got another call coming. 574, you're on.
Yes, I wanted to see if you understood the thoughts of Cheyenne. She said she met a heterosexual couple on the trails.
Yeah.
That would mean a boy and a girl, right?
Yeah.
Well, why wouldn't the person that the podcast mentioned, why won't he tell who he was with that day?
You mean why wouldn't the guy? Why would he? That was one of the things I wrote down too. Is the girl that was with him? They're like, how come she doesn't come forward? Well, why the hell does she need to, and why would she? If they were having an affair out there, why would she come forward? And also that she doesn't have to. She spoke to law enforcement. You know, I don't think you're an actual legitimate call, to be honest with you. But
why doesn't he look like the young sketch to you though? And why won't Shelby tell people she was out there?
I don't know. Yeah, this is the same guy that brings up the McCains all the time. But he did remind me of what I wanted to say. That was good. Yeah. Let's see. Hey, this. Whenever we talk about Delphi, you get more trolls than any other show that you could ever imagine. Unreal, really. Yeah, you can tell the voice didn't even seem natural right out the bat. But it did make me remember something there. Let's see, what was it? Yeah. So one of the comments they made on the show was, anything under the bridge becomes part of the crime scene. You know, hence down the hill, that's there. Well, no, not if it's on the north side of the bridge. It's not the crime scene. Okay? It's the crime scene is the crime scene. It's over where it happened. I've shown it 1,000 times. It's way over here in this yellow sector here. That's the crime scene. This is the north end of the bridge. And, you know, it's actually about a quarter mile away, maybe 0.2 miles, all the way around to this area. Being down here doesn't make you at the crime scene. Being over here doesn't make you at the crime scene. Being here doesn't make you at the crime scene. Being here doesn't. Being here doesn't. Being here doesn't. Here doesn't. Now, if you're right there, I might say, okay, you know, they're pretty close to the crime scene. Thank you too much, Mom. And what is that? A Melts? A Melts. All right. Haven't seen that name before. Thank you. Oh, and thank you up there to, I think I said it already, but to Brandy Bradford. Okay, what else did I write down? We don't have the girl coming forward. Oh, yeah, so they're saying the girl that was under the bridge. We don't have the girl coming forward saying, I was with this guy. And then I'm saying, well, why should she? Why would she do that? Oh, really? Who said that? Why would they say that? That's insane. Yeah. Gray, they said... Let me turn this on. Hey, thank you. Welcome, Baz B. Now, in the community section of my channel, I have the link to that new channel. Well, it's not like we're going to do it every single day all the time or anything like that, but it'll be like we'll have a bunch of information on cases. Maybe, you know, just when we're doing cases and whatnot, we're going to go on there and start filtering through and getting the logical information out there and discussing it like two rational people. Yeah, I didn't get to listen to the rest of his show. That show tonight. I left at about 50 minutes in because I had to do this show tonight. Could you imagine being married to a speech analysis person? Wow. Just think about that for a second. I mean, you could just barely... Well, honey, how was your day at work? Wait a minute, are you just deflecting from what you were doing today? Were you cheating on me all day today? I can't believe it. No, I really wasn't. Oh, now you're in denial stage. And what we're going to do, that's the part that really frustrates me. It's like there wasn't one sentence that guy said that wasn't picked apart. Yes, I thought I would go to McDonald's. Wait, why would he be talking about McDonald's and not Summer? Well, you did ask him where he ate. Oh, yeah. Yeah, really weird. All right, let's see. All right, Jenny, or... Jenny B. I'll put you back on back in the waiting room. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Yep. What's going on? Hello. I can hear you. Hello. Turn down the audio.
Out there.
What's that?
Does anyone...
Hello.
I was going to ask about surveillance video out there. Does anyone have any cameras or do some kind of surveillance out there? Ever? Because sometimes killers will go back and...
Hey, let me ask you something. Let me ask you this though. What's the deal with the long delay and stuff? Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all? What a weirdo. Jeez. All right, 587, you're on.
Is that me?
Yep, that's you.
Oh, okay.
What's going on?
Hi, Gray.
Hey, what's up?
I was just had a thought. I don't know where I heard it, but with regards to the flannel shirt guy.
Yeah.
He heard the couple arguing under the bridge.
Yeah.
And could that not have been?
No, he saw he saw a couple under the bridge. They removed the seeing part for their purposes. Yeah, it's always been he saw a couple either by the bridge or under the bridge. It's always been said that. But let's just pretend that he only heard. What was your next question going to be?
Well, if he heard a couple arguing, then that could have been that was at the time when it was happening.
Well, no, it wasn't really. So the thing is the girls were. The photograph at 2:07 probably took another 10 minutes to get across the bridge. Probably 2:17, 2:20, maybe 2:30 at the very latest. They were told to go down the hill, and let's just even say 2:40. But the argument was maybe around 2:50 to 3 o'clock because Derrick ran into this guy walking back at 3:15. So he was probably just there. It only takes 6 minutes to walk from the parking spot to the start of the bridge. That would make it that he was at the bridge at 3:09. But let's just give him some credit and say, okay, it was 2:55, 3 o'clock when he saw the couple. Okay, so that's not the same time, and it's also on the wrong side of the bridge. Okay, where he saw the couple, he didn't go over the bridge, McCain. That's never been part of any story. Well, see, the thing is, that's never been part of a story.
Are you sure that it was saw? Because I heard it was heard.
Well, I know they said heard because that's what they needed you to believe. Because if McCain saw the couple, I say here's why they needed to be heard. Okay, it needed to be heard because if McCain saw the heterosexual couple, and Cheyenne saw them, then it's like, ooh, game over. So how do we make this work? Hey, here's what we do. We say that McCain only heard the couple, and then we also say that Cheyenne wasn't even there that day. It was a whole different day. So now it opens up the whole thing. Oh, he just heard it arguing. That must have been the fight going on. And that's why it's pure. You get what I'm saying? That's why I'm frustrated with it. It was
okay, so it's not adding up if he saw them. But if
even if she did, but how about
arguing,
this? No, but here's it. Even if he didn't see them and he only heard them, Cheyenne was just there right after and saw that same couple, and she knew both of them. So they had to remove her from the story because they knew that it didn't work out.
Yeah, and they're saying no, that she may have not even been there, that she's making it up.
Yeah,
right?
But don't you find that kind of ludicrous, a little bit? Why would she make something like that up?
Her.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're willing to just sort of believe them saying, I can say anything too. I could say, you know what, Lee Harvey Oswald might have actually been in Russia and just fired a weapon and it went into the atmosphere and then it flew in and accidentally killed them and then they placed him there. You know, to me, it's just really bizarre that somebody would suggest that. It's always been known that she was there.
It would make sense, though, that one of the original witnesses could have been the suspect that led the investigation astray, though, right? Maybe it wasn't that particular one.
Maybe somebody out there. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe somebody out there. It's just not them. Yeah. I mean, don't you? But what I'm just telling you, don't you find it odd that the story's always been that McCain saw the couple. He told them, yeah, it was a man and a woman. And Derrick said, oh, okay, that's not Abby and Libby. So he goes down the 505 trail, and then he comes back up. Okay, so now you've got McCain saying he saw the couple. You have Cheyenne saying she saw the couple because she was there just moments later. Now, she was already there, actually. So when McCain was there, that means she was already in the process of crossing the bridge or being on the other side, and maybe he just didn't refer to her. I don't know, you know. So
could have been there was a couple, and then there was also arguing. That could have been two separate things, right?
No, he said there was an arguing couple.
Okay. But if arguing was
See, but you're doing the same thing that they were doing. You're looking for an out to make something work. Oh, so now there was a couple, and then there was these other people arguing, and maybe that was it.
But there would have been an argument in an abduction, right? And if no one heard anything from that, and there were people in the area, then maybe... I mean,
if you're being abducted, you might argue, unless you had a gun on you and you just wanted to do what he told you to do. You know, would you really get in somebody's face and argue with them with a gun in their hand? If you were that willing at that point, you would have ran and fought. You wouldn't have gone with him to where he was going. That isn't what was happening. If you just look at it the way I'm telling you, is that Cheyenne saw a couple she recognized. She was there that day.
She recognized the couple?
Yeah, she actually recognized. She knew who they were because she's from the area and she knew them. She knew them, and then there was another friend of hers out there too. Apparently, like three. To be honest with you, I don't know that part clearly. If there was a third person, it might just be that one of her friends was one of the couple. I just don't remember that.
Who was the
precisely.
The guy or the girl?
But either way, she recognized the couple, and so then that throws the whole story out of whack. Unless you tell everybody she wasn't even there. Everybody, see, that's the part I don't like, that kind of crap, because at that point you're in the Ancient Aliens show realm. Because you've built a story based on something that's likely not true, and then you go on this long 3-episode rant about something based on horrible, your original premise. It was completely made up.
Yeah. So maybe the whole thing is not true, but you agreed it could be possible that one of the original witnesses led police astray because they were bridge guys.
I mean, it seems like they would have. They'd know who that was, and they'd be following around. Yeah. So I mean, sure, it's anything's possible like that, but even what we're talking about tonight is less likely than anything possible. It's ridiculous because they just changed all the facts that are known to fit their narrative. That's mainly the Skip guy. He sold a bill of goods to the captain, and at least Nick was like, I don't know, this is kind of,
Yeah.
So I'll give him credit for that.
Well, I mean, you got to think outside of the box too. But like, I agree that to try to force it to fit, then it's probably not, But
yeah. Yep.
Anyways, that's all I got. So.
Well, thanks for calling in. I appreciate it. Good stuff.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello. This Brian's 11. Oh, I think I know who this is. I think this must be Brian Smith, right? Because you were really into soccer, and then, right?
Yeah, it is. How you doing?
I nailed it, man.
You did. I figured you might want to have a caller that's a male that isn't some lunatic or some conspiracy theorist. So.
Well, if you started off like this, if you sounded like this, hey, Gray, let me tell you something, then I'd probably think you were a troll. But.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. So, we traded some messages way back in the day, but I don't think I've ever called. So, I figured to give it a shot. So, a lot of talk about Cheyenne tonight, and I'll say I missed probably the first half of the show. I had some stuff going on at home with the kids and that. So, I'm not completely up to date on maybe some of the recent things that happened tonight, but I traded some messages with Cheyenne way back in the day, even before your first crime scene flow video.
Do you still have them? Maybe on Facebook?
I'll look.
You should, because they could just be, they're just way back there,
Yeah, they're way back there. So I remember her saying that, first of all, she was very nice and kind of got ran off of Facebook pretty quick with all the wackos not too long after this thing kind of happened. I think the law enforcement didn't go talk to her until she was, I don't know, maybe 3 or so weeks after the crime, if I remember correctly, which, that started some conspiracy theories right away. But I think you're right that one of her friend was one of the members of the couple that was out there that she recognized. So I think obviously she knew her friend, and maybe the acquaintance was just someone that she sort of knew. So, but so people today saying that she wasn't even out there. I mean, that's
no. See, it's the True Crime Garage put out a podcast with a sort of this Reddit guy he's the new guy on the block. He's got it all figured out. But he's got the information, the same source that I had, that he's not law enforcement, but his brother, he's related to somebody that's, not even, really, I'm not even going to say what he,
No, you had him on the show a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he was on a couple weeks ago, but he was also
confirming things for years.
Yeah, 2018, he said the exact same stuff to me, but I put out mainly only the part about the 20 minutes that the killer was there. But anyways, they did this podcast where they said that one of those two people, I mean, listen to how crazy this is. The two people that were seen, they were an arguing couple because they were cheating. I mean, this is known now that they were like a cheating couple. That was actually part of that source. He knew that too. A cheating couple, apparently they were arguing or something. And the argument, though, wasn't really this random couple. It was one of the girls arguing with the killer. And that's what they're saying on this podcast. And then they said that that to make it work for them, they said that McCain, the flannel shirt guy, he only heard the couple, not saw him like we've all known for years. He only heard him, so therefore now you don't have a visual of anything. Then he said that Cheyenne wasn't even there that day, so whoever she saw wasn't even on that day. So now, it opened the door up for it, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it's a door, much less
it's just a portal.
I don't know, a 8,000 mile deep rabbit hole that people like to jump into.
Yeah.
It's just, I'll be honest, for about maybe a year or so, I just paid very casual attention to the case, and some of our great Facebook groups and small ones that you're running, and some really good people, and there's some bigger ones that are great too. But I just stick to the real ones, and just avoid all the nonsense. But I'm only right now, I'm probably less than 10 minutes from the FBI building in Indianapolis, and I know some people that well, I guess one person that was up there that day, but a lot of people in this area know some people that were up there that day, whether it's FBI or state or local or all kinds of folks up there, as we know. But the case kind of here in central Indiana kind of lost a little bit of steam. It picks back up again around the anniversary every year. But I have some colleagues that live in Delphi, and we'll casually mention it, and they don't really want to talk about it as much as I do. And some other colleagues here in central Indiana, everybody's heard about the case, but everybody just, that I know anyway, just kind of shrugged their shoulders, and maybe they'll catch them someday, maybe they won't. But no one that I know is into these crazy theories, and I don't follow them all either. It's just I don't have time for it, and even if I didn't have plenty of other things to do, I still wouldn't have time for it. It's not my style, and I applaud you for trying to clarify this as much as you possibly can.
It's sort of like the debunking.
I know the family preaches it.
It's kind of like the debunking days from a long time ago.
Oh yeah. The north end of the Bridgers, and the guy behind the tree in the one photo that I guess Libby took of Abby. There was people thought there was a tree, and then the puppy dog, and then the Mustang under the bridge, and all that nonsense from back in the day.
The paddle in the pants. Yes. Remember the paddle in the pants was the best, right? Because
that's a pretty classic one.
Because it's the best one because it's so ludicrous.
Yeah.
I mean, how would you even walk with a paddle? Like you got a paddle and you're like, just kind of swinging your leg or something.
Well, come on now, Greg.
Oh, he just had the limp.
Funny.
Oh, yeah.
He was walking funny, yeah.
Oh, don't forget.
So that was, I can't remember which leg it was, but if people don't know what that is, if you look at the image, of course, we know that video capture from Libby's phone was from very far away, and just the quality of the video wasn't great, but one of the pant legs has kind of a strange kind of shadow that falls on it, or just the quality of the image isn't good enough, and it just looks like it doesn't look terrible. It's clearly a pant leg, but if people start zooming in on things and applying 300 filters to things, then then they start seeing boat oars and the pant legs and nonsense like that.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately. Well, and that's part of the problem with this case. That's why, how many tips have there been now, Gray? 45, 50,000 tips or whatever it is? Last I knew it was 40,000.
Hey, have you guys looked into the fact that there was a puppy under there? And I remember what was funny about it. It's the what they're looking at is that whatever that little squiggly thing is, and it would be an outline of a puppy. like, hey everybody, it's not a cartoon. This isn't a cartoon where you draw a little thing on the outside. And, it's just the whole thing. The reason tonight I'm talking about this is because yet again we have people coming out with just really crazy stuff, and I think it was really irresponsible because they're literally putting out somebody's initials, and then now everybody knows who that is, and they say his name in different Facebook groups, and they have so many listeners to that. That's a huge podcast, so it's all those people were like, wow, this is so interesting, man. And that's not interesting at all once you realize that it was all based on a really flimsy premise, right?
I wouldn't even call it a premise.
It's not. They're making it a premise. They're saying,
sure,
it's not even a real premise.
It's the Mars rover made out of crepe paper, something like that. So it's constantly harming the case. It's generating tips that are nonsense. It's causing people to change images and make up just complete nonsense stories, and then create some more tips, and then there's another group, and then there's another podcast, and then there's more nonsense. All of this is, in my opinion, absolutely harmed the case, and taking tens of thousands of hours from law enforcement to even just listen to these nonsense tips and file them, and which one is the same as the one from 2 years ago? Okay, this one's different. Okay, but it's still terrible. and they have to, handle all these instead of spending time actually working on the case. It's people think they're doing something to help, and maybe it makes them feel good or whatever, but
have a reason that
ultimately
you're
harms
actually
the
calling.
case.
Like when you're calling in, have an actual reason, not, hey, this guy looks like something. I mean, have some other element. I mean, I can't tell you right now how many people, they go, hey, look at this guy, and you go, yeah, he kind of looks like the guy. I mean, I've had thousands of those, but when you put each one of them next to each other, they don't really look like each other.
No.
So that just shows you that the sketch is really ambiguous and almost meaningless.
I mean,
really,
you're out west, but here in the Midwest, there are tens of thousands of people that look like that. Probably hundreds of thousands on any given day with those clothing, etc. So it's just, I guess I don't want to say proud, but I've never had a POI ever. A name, a person.
Me either.
Researched this.
Either.
Never. I never have. I don't, and I never will.
And we're not allowed to either because we're not law enforcement. We're just like, hey, this guy was sort of interesting. Wow, look at this guy. But POI is their term. I always think it's funny.
Sure.
People go, hey, here's my POI. It's well, who the hell are you?
Well, it was hilarious the first 500 times, and then it just made me scratch my head the next 500 times I saw it. And then ever since then, it's just been kind of sad that people do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, man. I'm gonna give your show back to you for the next person. So.
All right, man. Well, thanks for calling in. Good hearing you.
Hey, good to hear you too. I will. Just anytime you need a male to come on that's not a lunatic, I'm one of your guys.
Okay. Hey, do this though. If you can go check through your old messengers and see if you can find that. I think we talked about that a long time ago or something.
We did, yeah. I'll see if I can find them. I know she unfortunately left Facebook not too long after the things really started picking up speed, a couple months afterwards. And
it'd be kind of good to have her recollection from back then.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she had hundreds of people or dozens of people at least. I mean, this was still pretty early, so she was in some groups and that, so I sent her a message or two. And I don't live too very far from where she's at, so and I've been to that town before for some work where she lived, and I'm just going to leave it at that. But I'll look for those. If I find them, I'll shoot them over to you.
All right, man. Well, good.
All right, have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Brian from the old days. Man, you guys are kind of creepy in there. I mean, whenever we have a normal caller, you guys get so enthralled. It's like, oh my God, hey, call again, Brian. Thank you. I guess it just shows you how many crazy people there are out there. I'm just reading the comments. It's just, wow. Thanks, Jason Anderson. Oh my God. All right, yeah. The phone lines are open. I think there was a call there, and then they left. But I guess so, Anna. There you go. I was wondering about that. Nyat. Or nyet. No, I don't know Russian. Yeah. That was actually funny. That's a joke that was just on Walking Dead season 10 episode I just watched. Eugene asked that one lady, "Do you speak Russian?" She said, "Nyet." Just like that. Thank you, Kathy Freidenmaker. So put a 1 in the chat if you've never heard of the Delphi case. Oh, nice. Yeah, send those to me. Maybe I can go over. I won't. Everybody knows who she is now and everything. If there's anything that's like private, don't send them to me. But I want to be able to go over them. Well, send them to me, and I'll know which ones aren't. But I have some from a long time ago as well. Let me show you some of the comments that I do have. That's awesome. Brian, thanks for finding those. Thanks, Liberty, LM, Susie Heath, and Nicole Wilson. And yes, everybody, all of your donations help me support the channel and
so you haven't been in jail for
massive
a bit.
amount of money
Speechless face.
that we
Speechless
send to charities.
Face. Speechless face.
Oh, I guess you just sent me to jail then. Because I was so mean, right?
You really were, Gray. You were really mean to that other caller. Oh, there
I
you
love
go.
this channel so much.
I'm in jail now. That's right. I was really mean to the other caller. Thanks, Nicole Wilson. Tracy. Hey, thanks for upgrading there, Karen Wilson. Yeah. We're at, see right there, you can see it, 26,000 this year so far. Right on the dot. Dun, 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 dun. That was really mean, Liver D.
Purple heart.
Yeah, this is my so mean jail right here. Oh, nice. April 2017. Sweet. That's right then, man. That's actually the same month as the Google Earth image that we use on the
Freaky
screen.
freaks. Smiley face. Smiley face. Smiley face.
Thanks, Susie Heath. What are you doing? Are you embarrassingly laughing there? Thanks, Tracy. I don't know where my get out of... Oh, see, that's just for some ramen I got. 2 packs of ramen so far. Dang, man, you guys are tough. Charges assault and battery, being mean to a caller, and fraud. I guess, huh? Where are we at here? Yeah. Dun-dun-dun. Well, these people want to keep me locked up, man. All I've got is some ramen packets. Oh well. Guess we'll
For
get
some
to the
ramen.
pumpkin spice ramen coming soon. Is the horse dragging something? Yeah, it's like some kind of a sleigh. You know, it just started running. Yeah, no, there's definitely some. Oh, now it's just a candy bar. I've got ramen and candy bars. That's it. Yeah, commissary kind of stuff. Well, and that's just for stamps. Thanks, Liver D. You got me stuck in here. Oh, there we go. Now look at Amber Maiden. Bail already, she said. Okay, I'll get the hell out of here now.
For a candy bar.
And thank you very much. Man, that's going to be like a hotel, a limousine ride, all in one. Oh, and then Brandy got me a nice
Money
meal
for
at a
stamps.
restaurant. Man, this is awesome. And Jen got me 2 more candy bars. That's for my the next day, right? All right, I'll get out of here. Wow, thank you guys.
Bail already.
I know, who doesn't want the guy to get caught? Boom. Anyways, thank you guys very much. Brandy Bradford, Amber Maiden, Esselbaum, Rand, Shogun Love, Tawny
Bail
Lee,
money.
Susie Heath, Tracy, Karen Wilson, Jen H, 2 candy bars. All right.
2 candy bars. Blue heart.
Awesome. There we go. Okay, so we've got, this is Cheyenne right here. And she said, after I got out of my car and was already walking towards the bridge, her name's different now, so you're not going to find it. I had a missed phone call from a telemarketer at 2:50. Right, so that shows you when she got out of her car, maybe. I was already walking, so she probably got to the bridge at like 2:53 or something like that. Hey, are you still out there, Beth? You still out there, Beth? Baba, you still there? What do you mean, so? What are you talking about, Tony? Well, anyways, I heard it was your birthday recently, so Mary Lou, you got to do birthday. Oh, and it was Ada's just not too long ago either.
Oh God, here we go again. Happy birthday to Beth and Ada. Happy birthday to Beth and Ada. Happy birthday, dear Beth and Ada. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
Wow, you're really starting to lose your breath there at the end there, Mary Lou. There you go, there you go. So happy birthday, happy birthday. Yeah. Yeah, so somebody said, so? Well, this is just proving when she got out of the car, which is weird because, you know, the girls are probably taken at the other end of the bridge maybe 25 minutes prior to this. So she probably got to the start of the bridge at 2:55. She saw the couple, recognized one of them. Then she continued across the bridge and took some more photographs. Right? That makes sense? This is another question. What time did... See, this is where she changed. It was different prior. So it says, what time did you get to the trails and did you take any more pictures? She says, I was there around 3:45 to 3:50. I think what she's saying is she was still there at that time. I also know her personally was there at 3:30. So there might have been somebody else. Okay, the other girl. Okay, yeah, see, boom, here we go. See, there was a couple under the bridge. Now look at this. The other girl that I ran into didn't know she was going to be there. And I also know her personally. She was there at 3:30. So that's kind of when she's heading out. So those are two separate groupings, the couple and her. Now the 3:45 to 3:50 just means that's when she left. And if you think about it, because she wasn't only there for 5 minutes, right? So the way that's worded, I was there around 3:45 to 3:50. I think she's just saying that's when I was leaving. Okay, and she uploaded the photographs at 3:49, and then she took off. So I think that's probably what's going on there. I'm just guessing, of course. My only question was, did you see Libby's family members parked there? I saw someone there when my friend and I left. No eye contact or exchange of words were made. Right, so she left. So her friend got there at 3:30, and then like 20 minutes later they were leaving. Yeah, she was probably there about an hour. These are ones that I've had for a long time. I don't know if these are some of the same ones. First off, and this is like some long statement she made. She said, first off, my initial response is, why didn't you message me? So somebody must have been bitching and, you know, causing problems for her. You clearly have my entire name, so I'm pretty positive that you would have found a Cheyenne. But thanks to you, I have everyone and their brother in my inbox asking or acting like McGruff, the crime dog. See, now that statement analysis guy would be, wait, why would they say crime dog at the end? Doesn't everybody know who McGruff is? Man, he's trying to diss the officer by saying by actually saying crime dog after saying McGruff, because that's redundant, and therefore you're insinuating that you see, it's a little too much sometimes. Secondly, I did report my findings to the police station as soon as I heard the news. 2 weeks later, a detective came and spoke with me for a lengthy amount of time. I showed him the pictures I took. So this proves to me that she was there. I showed him the pictures that I took, and I explained what I saw. I described my car and other vehicles around me, plus other information that is none of anyone's concern. He has my contact information and is able to use that to his advantage. Third, how is my picture weird? I'm an avid hiker. She's talking about the photos she took. I'm an avid hiker and nature enthusiast. Because somebody went, God, that's a weird picture. You know what's crazy though? If those pictures were seen on a random day when there was no murder, they'd be like, wow, what a cool picture. I like that angle. Instead, oh, wow. See, this is what I hate about social media. You got all these just armchair freaking psychologists. I don't even know what you want to call them. It sucks, okay? Hey, thanks, Carla. Yeah, good to see you again.
I sure wish they could get this guy. Thanks for all you do, Gray.
Well, thank you. Good to see you again. How is my picture weird? Let me show you the pictures. Are any of these weird? Let me show you this. Is that weird to anybody? Like, isn't that kind of a cool picture? Like, that's one you might frame. It's cool. It's like, wow, that's awesome. Oh, and today there was people that were zooming in down here saying, look, there's a guy right there. There's a guy. Oh, no, it's not. All right, so you got that. And then you've got this picture. That one's pretty cool too. This is on platform 5 near the other end of the bridge. The last picture we just saw is way over there. Okay. The only thing that was mildly interesting about this picture here, other than it just kind of being a cool picture, is this railroad stake that's actually in the wood right there. I mean, you don't ever see that in any photographs. I'm not sure if one of the people that came out just took it out of the ground. But this is one of the ones you can see a shadow off of it. Right there. And it's appeared to match, 315, 320, I think, is what we had. I can't remember exactly what we came up with. Actually, here we go. Watch. This is what I did. You guys might think this is goofy, but this is real shit right here. So here's what I did. I made the bridge, north-south oriented image, placed a bridge right on it, put a, let's see, the sunshine system that's in 3D Studio Max that allows you to set the date, time code, and whether or not it's daylight savings time or not. This picture here was taken at 2:20, okay? This one was at 2:20. This is this would be of the spike there. And actually, I think this one right here was I made for... Wait, hold on. Let me go to the next one. Okay, that's 2:45. And that's 3 o'clock. So that to me is about exactly what we see.
I pray this killer is caught so the souls of Libby and Abby can rest in peace.
This is almost exactly... What's crazy about it, it matches almost perfectly. Like, Cheyenne just kind of went on the bridge, took a picture, and then just walked across the bridge, because it only takes maybe 5 or 6 minutes to walk across it. And then on this side, I can't be exactly sure. We have this at 3 o'clock, and then there's a 3:45, looks like this, right? Wait, hold on, let me get to 3:45. This is 3:45 right here. And look at that. That definitely doesn't do that, right? So we know that picture wasn't taken at 3:49. That's when it was uploaded. See the angle of that shadow? Hey, thanks, Deborah Thornburg. And Miss Marple. Oh, and Rhea Mazzarone. Yeah. Yeah, so this one here is 345. There's no way in hell it looks like that. And if you go back to that picture again, I'll just load it up here and zoom in. And then look at the...
Thank you for keeping this case in the light. I love you, freaks.
Right
heart,
there.
2 hearts, heart,
Kinda
2
going.
hearts, 100.
Boom! Thank you. What are you talking about? I don't know. Who knows? I mean, the spike thing is just... The only thing that's interesting is that there's a spike there and you never see it. So somebody might have just taken it out because it's kind of dangerous. And people don't cross the bridge all the time. They go onto the bridge, and I think that's true. I bet you out of the... Let's say in a week, 100 people go onto the bridge. I bet you only 5 of them actually literally go all the way across and back. Most people just go onto the bridge, take a few photos, you know, they go onto platform 1 or 2 or something. The only reason a lot of people were going all the way across is because there was a crime committed and they wanted to go all the way across, and we, you know, Beth went out there, Baba, and filmed stuff. And it's not like you would go out there and go, yay! I can't wait to just go walking across that. Now, if you have a mission, sure. Yeah, so I would imagine that out of 100 people that go onto the bridge in a week, if they're, you know, I'm just throwing out a random thought, only 4 or 5 would literally go all the way across to the other side. I think a lot might walk halfway. Yeah, maybe 20 of those. I can't say. I can just tell you by observing a whole bunch of the people that go there. They won't go all the way across, but they'll go enough on where they can take a photograph or something. Yeah, it was weird that it was sticking out. It's almost like somebody put it there and then hammered it back into it. Right? It just doesn't mean anything, you know. It's not part of the case. So you look at the shadow right there, and I think that matches, you know, I can't be precise on the angle, but it definitely isn't a hard angle. It's almost straight out or a little bit to the right of that, and therefore when you're looking at the 3 o'clock image here, this one is close, you know, but it could be a little bit more, like 3:05 or something, and it would just be slightly more. But I think this one's the closest, and that's when Cheyenne's picture was taken, which is crazy because when that picture was taken, the girls were on the bridge probably just 35 minutes prior to that. The truth is the last known photograph is 2:07. That's the one of Abby. If the girls turned around and they walked at a decent pace, they would have been on the other side of the bridge no later than 2:12. If they just walked at a decent pace, because they're already a third of the way onto the bridge at that point. So, you know, because they are who they are, they were taking pictures. If you add another 10 minutes, make it 2:22, 2:25, that's when the killer, you know, might have had them go down the hill. All right, so anyways, this is the stuff I was doing. That's what they were referring to on the podcast, of course, without any credit whatsoever. Let me. I don't know if I finished this yet. Let me load this up. How is my picture weird? I'm not an avid hiker, nature enthusiast, or I am one. I enjoy architecture and other outdoor photography. I'm in love with the outdoors. And referencing why I was there on that day when I should be at work is completely closed-minded. Not everyone works a factory job or even an office job. That's just so happened to be a warmer day, and I was off work and I went to enjoy it. Well, really, it was only 43 degrees, but it was sunny out, so it felt warm to people. Also, your story is false about who was there or what I seen, which is saw in the rest of the world other than Indiana. I wasn't alone. Let's see. Also, your story is false about who was there and what I seen. I wasn't alone. I had my best friend, who happens to be a female, with me, but that was later at 3:30. There was another heterosexual couple there, which means I saw a male and female who surprisingly I knew as well. And therefore, you dig into the situation. They also have spoke with the detective well before I did. Boom! That's all I can say. I mean, I think this right here is devastating for the DP theory, everybody. Do you understand what I'm saying?
5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
Come on, Grady Judd. Yeah. See, now go back and listen to the podcast again, everybody, in all its glory, when they say that, oh yeah, it was just this guy, it was just a voice people heard. No, Cheyenne actually saw the couple, so did the flannel shirt guy. Hey, Baba, have you ever seen anybody ever say that the flannel shirt guy only heard the couple? He's always said, we've always known, it was always told, that he saw the couple. And we don't know if it's by the bridge or under the bridge. Under the bridge was a common statement, but when I asked somebody else recently, a family member, very closely associated with Derrick, she said, yeah, I don't even think it was under the bridge. So, who knows? Although Derrick wouldn't know. He wouldn't know the answer to that. He would only know what he was told. The only person that really knows is McCain, where they were. So here we go. We have Cheyenne, who absolutely knows both of the people that she saw under the bridge. She knows them. She knows both of them. Those are the same people that the flannel shirt guy saw. Oh, she didn't even say under the bridge, though, right? She said, I had my best friend who happened to be a female with me. There was another heterosexual couple there, which means I saw a male and a female, who surprisingly I knew as well, and therefore she just saw the couple. She didn't say they were down below or anything. Yeah, at the bridge. There you go. I think that was it. I think that's the answer. There, under the bridge is something that it was sort of originally told, but I think the reality was it was at the bridge. Okay. So they both saw the same couple, and therefore it was pure lunacy to say, well, McCain only heard the arguing couple, so therefore it was probably an argument between one of the girls and the suspect. And also we're going to have to throw out Cheyenne's statement, because with her statement we can't tell you what we're telling you, so we're going to have to take that out. Yeah, there was unbelievable. All right, 802.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, I think we're missing one detail with the arguing couple.
Yeah, what are we missing? Your audio is really bad.
I'm sorry. Didn't that arguing couple? They're the ones that gave the description of the hat, are they not?
I don't know what they gave a description of. I mean, all I'm just telling you is
the description of
who told
short
you?
Bib hat.
Who told you that though? Are you the troll again?
They no, I'm an old lady. They all said that.
Yeah.
They all said that the girl didn't see the hat, but the guy, he saw the short bib hat, like a painter's hat or something, and I, that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I don't trust that call. Sorry. It's the same guy. Listen, you need a different voice modulator. Okay, Godsey? You need a different voice modulator because it's not working for you. Look how much better this one is.
Hey, I just wanted to ask you a couple questions, Gray.
Yeah, see how much better that is? Hello?
Yeah, Gray, listen. I got a question. Now, when the flannel shirt guy McKean, when he was at the bridge...
Forget it. I can't even do it. That's just... Maybe I need to do it like this. Hold on, let me see if I can do it. Hello?
Yeah, Gray?
Yeah, Greg, I had a question for you, Greg. Let me ask you something. I thought it was down there at the bridge with the McCains, and he said he saw some sort of a turtle hat on him.
What do you mean by turtle hat?
Forget it. Anyways, this is crazy. See, I told you, Brian, you're the only male that called in that was normal. Yeah, they were like this. Yeah, tonight we're flying over I-5. We're... That's right, Gen H. That's why we get happy. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Another one. Hello. How's it going? Hello, I can tell you're actually a female. What's going on?
Yes, I am, but I am not Gertrude.
You're not Gertrude this time. Wow, that's amazing.
No, this time. No, this is the first time, and no, I'm not Gertrude.
Mm-hmm.
But I had a question. I did not listen to their podcast. Did they bring up anything about the sketches at all?
I'm here. I had to. You just called right when my wife has to call. So did they bring up? They did bring up. I think they did bring up the sketches. They said that.
We need more of Brian. 2 hearts. Smiley face. 2 hearts.
There's LM. I guess she doesn't have a boyfriend or something. Let me see. They brought up the sketches. I think. What did they say? I did remember that part though. Something about how the younger sketch looks like the guy that they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean anything. There's 100 people that look like him. Well, what do you think?
The other sketch, which, do I understand correctly, the first sketch they released was actually the second sketch?
Yeah,
that they had?
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is the sketch that was released originally was actually a composite based on what the video appears to look like, and maybe a witness or something, but mainly the video. But there was another sketch made before that one that they never released because they weren't sure about it. And then after nothing came of the original sketch that they released, they actually put out the original sketch made because it was made before the one that they released originally. That was the younger image.
And that always confused me.
Does it still confuse you?
So,
well, let me just say it again. Let me just say it again so that it's really simple. At the beginning of the case, they made
it doesn't confuse me now, but that's what confused me.
Well, let me just say it in a different way that's really quick and easy to digest. At the beginning of the case, they made a sketch of a person, and it was a young guy, based on witnesses. They did not release that sketch. Then little bit later, months later, they released a composite sketch mainly based off of the video, and that's the one they released to the public. Then after 2 years of that not working, they went back to the original sketch they made of the young guy. God, that was so perfect, the way I said that.
Yeah,
Man, I should get a medal.
I understand that it was the way that they did it that was what confused me.
Yeah.
You know, that they waited that long to come back later on in that press conference.
Well, because I think
they disregard that one.
I think they just looked at it and were like, "Man, I don't know. That doesn't look anything like the guy that we see on the video, right?" That's probably what it was. Yeah.
I just wondered if they did anything else in their podcast that I should be leery of.
Well, the whole thing, the whole theory was based on untruths. So that's how I would look at it.
Okay, I won't bother with it then.
Well, you can go listen to it, but you'll just realize that what they did is they said that McCain only heard the voices and that Cheyenne wasn't even there. Therefore, we can make this story work with those two things being true in our universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So just know that.
Trying to make it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So trying to make a square peg fit into a round hole. Right. So there you go. Okay.
All right.
Well,
I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. What's going on? There's like more trolls in here. How come Leah Vogel's comment was removed? Was that an accident? The one that says, the whole thing is confusing. I'm still out here looking for the first guy. I think that was an accident. Sorry about that. You're still here, but your comment was removed. I just... what group, Leah? All right, let me get this one. 574. Hello. Hey, you know. The hat? Oh, here we go again. Here's God see everybody again. But guess what? No, you're not even on. You're not even on. You know that, right? Well, I don't care who you talk to. Oh, nobody can hear you now because you're muted. Oh, well. Darn it. Oh, God. So that was him again. That was him again, everybody. Just to let you know. God, he's so crazy. He's like, he's talking about, you won't even talk about the guy with the hat. The hat. Yeah. I guess it is easy to accidentally remove a comment. And look at, like, Linda Howell's hilarious. Oh, God. Linda Howell, wake up. Linda, I think she has. Watch out, everybody. Hey, listen, if anybody gets accidentally blocked, send me your information. That's hilarious. No, he uses 100 different numbers. He uses one of those spoofing apps, you know. He makes the show all about himself. Hey, Chelsea B, just call in. You don't need to be shy. It's no big deal. Think about other people, not yourself feeling that way. Just go, boom. Just go, you know what? It's just a phone call. I'm talking to a friend. Oh, and there's other people listening. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, one of them was, but one of them got removed. You might be able to see your own comment, but I think. Beholder got deleted. I can see it. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Oh, boy. I think she did fall asleep. Wish I had her number. Get off your phone! That was funny. Oh, could you actually hear that guy? I had him blocked. Well, he was on at first, but I had him silenced. Well, maybe this will be a shorter type of show. We're an hour and 45 minutes in. Yep. Last week we donated $500 to the Libby Nabby Ballpark. $1,500 so far this year. Hopefully that's cool for you people that always troll and say, "Hey, give me." Listen, we wouldn't be able to donate as much if I wasn't raising funds throughout the entire month to be able to do that for them. Okay, so it's all because of the generosity of the freaks. They also keep my channel going. And I can't tell you, if I had $1 for every time I've explained this, I would have actually retired already. And you could have gotten rid of me. I don't know. Do you have a poll question? All right, I'll ask one. Do you think it was ethical to name a suspect in the way... I don't know. Let's see. Okay, there you go. That's one question. Everybody that says yes is a troll. I wish I could have their name, then I would just block them. No, I mean, yeah, everybody, if you say yes, right. Do you think it was ethical? See, look at all the trolls in there. Oh, look at, here's his initials. Oh, and it's all based on bullshit. Here, I'll ask another one here in a minute. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End the poll. $114 votes. 12 idiots put yes in there. Unless they read... the only way that's valid is if you read the question wrong. Okay, so how about this? Do you think it's okay to make a podcast let's see. Do you think it's okay to create a podcast in theory based on known false information? There you go. That's a good way to do it. I mean, I don't know if that's correctly worded there, but what I was trying to say is you start off with false information and then theorize on that and even name somebody on something that has absolutely almost no chance of being true. Okay, so you look at the number of yeses there. See, that just shows you we have those are the trolls that are always countered everything that you say. Because even if that, you really did believe the other story, this question has to be no. Okay. On the other one? Oh, on this one? Okay. Yeah, you can't undo what you're doing. So maybe we'll just look at it like that. There's no trolls. They just all accidentally type. I bet you anything this is the same person. Hold on. 352. Hello.
Hello.
Yep. Hello. How's it going?
Pretty good. I guess I maybe misunderstood. Are you talking about Chris as far as the Summer Wells, or
No.
am I in the wrong?
Well, what do you mean? No, we're not talking about Summer Wells. Do you see the title of the video? It was Delphi.
No, I got that. But when I was listening, I thought you were doing a poll on Chris as far as the interview.
Oh, no, I was just
Don
talking
Wells.
about a podcast that put out false information on another case and then built an entire theory. But it does have some similarities there, for sure. What were you going to say about that case? Go ahead.
Well, that case, to me, I was turned off in the beginning. I don't want to manipulate your time, but it just him from the beginning was irritating because it was very clear to me that
Agenda?
he saw his target and he knew exactly who he was dealing with, and I just felt so bad for Candace when I didn't like that he, to come into her home and she was just being kind and open to him, because he was just, even with the past interview with the hunter and his mother, that they videoed such a horrible video with them. He knew exactly what he was doing and who he was dealing with, and I'm not saying that they're not trying to knock their mentality, because I don't think that's not even what I'm saying, but I think that he knew exactly who he was dealing with and how far he could go with what he was doing, and I don't know. When I heard Chris, I just assumed that's what you were talking about. So
I don't know if I brought his name up. Well, what about what did you think about tonight's, like the voice analysis guy?
I've watched that, and I personally, I felt like there was a similarity in voices, but who am I to say anything given his record of being a disgusting pervert? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about.
Well, I'm just talking about on Dawn. They did a whole show on Dawn. Just
you're talking about Dawn. I went back to the bridge. I am so sorry.
Oh, the bridge
on
guy.
What your
subject,
what your subject actually was on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, the actual subject we were on, the guy killed 2 young girls. They're 13 and 14.
Right.
And
yes, on the bridge.
Well, not on the bridge.
And
but
they had.
It wasn't on the bridge. He caught up to him on the bridge, and he told him to go down the hill. Then they either walked. They got him way down there, and either they walked or ran across the creek, and he caught up to him.
See, I didn't know that. I heard the down the hill.
He might have. Yeah. Well,
since then, I guess I'm speaking more of the creep that had a 9-year-old that said, "Do you want to see my dog?" and ended up in some basement.
Oh, that was a different case. Yeah.
That
was Shadwell.
I'm sorry. I thought they were trying to say that he was potentially affiliated with that.
Oh well, they have done that, but this is a different guy. They're actually saying in this case there's a couple when this all went down, when Libby, that's one of the victims' dad, came to pick him up. He walked down the trail and talked to this guy who said he saw a couple at the bridge. Okay, and it was a man and a woman, and so that's not Libby and Abby. So he went down this other trail looking for them, and then this other girl went out there a little bit later and saw that same couple. But on this podcast, they said, okay, now let's just say this: the girl wasn't there, the witness that saw the same couple, and also the first guy with the flannel shirt who saw the couple, he only heard them. So now let's pretend that what he heard was one of the girls being attacked by the guy. It was the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. So it was completely invented, made no sense. So
yeah, and I would agree with that. I honestly actually didn't know anything past the creep with the young girl that thankfully was saved. I didn't know anything past that as far as 2 girls that were on the bridge that took the video
of
the guy in the sweatshirt with his whatever.
Yeah,
I didn't know that, and I'm embarrassed now because I thought.
Well, don't be embarrassed because we were talking about we talked about the Wells case right at the beginning, so you don't have to be embarrassed about it. Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean to. He irritates me, and I'm not trying to knock him either. It just I felt like even tonight when he did it live, and I only listened to a very small portion, but at that time he was knocking that, well, it's not even actual private investigators. These people are just, whatever he said, they're just a group of people. And it's just, I felt like you got what you wanted. You manipulated, you came in and you said the corniest terms that you could imagine with, oh yeah, gotcha. And you're just trying to be so friendly and nice to these people that were just trying to open their home up to you for the benefit of their daughter. And you wanted, I don't want to get too nasty. I just felt like.
And she's not talking to me, everybody. She's not talking to me, everybody. She's not saying you.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. It just felt like you were looking. And I'm not trying to
say he, not you, because you keep saying you, but I'm not the one that was.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I felt like Chris, and I have nothing against this man whatsoever, but I felt like you're retired. You're not even doing this anymore. So why are you even involving yourself? That was my first turn off to him, was why are you getting into this when you know it's an open investigation? It's not like this is months or years after her disappearance. You're doing it now. You're interviewing people. You're stirring up crap that is it's not helpful. I don't think it is. I mean, I guess maybe if they did something and it comes back to that.
Yeah.
But I just think that you are stirring up.
Yeah. The thing is even with all this,
if you call yourself a professional, you really shouldn't be doing
like
that.
all this stuff. I mean, Dawn and Candace, just pure odds-wise, have more of a likelihood to have been responsible for her disappearance. But I can't sit here and say, oh, they did it. But here's the thing: is like
the minute. Huh? Honestly, when this first came out and I heard we're planting flowers and I saw their property and I thought, where are you planting flowers or even caring about planting anything?
Yeah, but there was a little place there. Yeah.
I get it. But that was my first thought.
But I'm just saying that it's
negative to any of it.
But I'm just saying that
I think
it's still possible. Why do you keep talking? Let me. Hey, when you hear me talking, let me interject sometimes and actually finish the sentence. I mean, you literally keep cutting me off. So the thing is I think it's possible that Don still has something to do with it. However, this statement analysis guy tonight, he literally analyzed every single sentence as if it was negative. Like there wasn't one word that Don said other than a the and an and that wasn't nefarious. It's like, really? Do you think somebody literally, he can't get one sentence out? Okay, go ahead.
No, I never from the beginning, I didn't believe that Candace, why in a place that you've lived for 13 years would you carefully walk your child over from your mother's place? I mean, where I live, I'm pretty lax with my children, although I keep doors locked and I watch them I have 4 children. I thought that was weird. I just thought that's very strange. Why? And then she wanted to focus on, well, they were sleeping or playing video games. Well,
For
when you saw
sake,
once
if
you
Don
entered
is guilty,
the home,
is a fair trial even possible?
When you saw where she was saying they were sitting, how are they sleeping, sitting straight up in kitchen chairs, watching a television? None of that made sense, but it still, to me, doesn't warrant attacking them or saying that it's not possible that some pervert didn't.
Yeah, I think it's like I have it at like 20%. I have it like at 20%. That it could be a random, some sort of a person that knew the property, and then 80%. I think it's the most likely is that it was an accident covered up, and they're too far deep now, so they're not going to go, okay, shit, this is what really happened.
Understood.
I think it's possibly something like that.
No, I agree. But I am sorry. I thought you were talking about a completely
Oh, it's
different
okay.
subject.
Yeah, I know that
But-
sometimes it's the delay, and it's hard to hear the other person. But I just got to be able to say what I'm saying, because if I can't finish what I'm saying, then it doesn't get the point out to go on to the rest of the conversation. But
Oh, I know. And your point's always the best. So
well, I wouldn't say that.
really
but
wasn't trying to cut you off. But
okay.
better than mine, at least.
I don't know. But anyways, thank you for calling in.
All
I
right.
appreciate it.
No, thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Yeah. So again, in the Wells case that we're doing now, it's sort of like this hybrid show. And by the way, up there, Nicole Wilson, thank you. She said, for argument's sake, if Don is guilty, is a fair trial even possible after Chris's analysis and interviews regarding the case? I don't know. Well, the more, the thing is, it's not a huge case in the country. It's just really big on social media, mainly YouTube, to be honest with you. Facebook still has tons and tons of other cases that people are talking about. YouTube, if you're in the true crime community and you're not talking about Summer Wells, you're a unicorn. I mean, it's just... Yeah. So if you look at this theory right here, watch this one. Wait, what happened this time? Jeez. Jason, come on. God. Shit. Shit. Yeah, it was actually sort of funny, but yeah, you probably don't want to. Yeah, so this theory right here involves absolutely nobody lying, okay? Something happens after Candace goes back into the house, happens to Summer. She finds Summer after she goes back outside, and it's just, she's not screaming or yelling. She doesn't seem like a screaming type anyways. Then she goes and gets candy and goes, what do I do? Something happened to her. Look at her. She's obviously not alive or something. I mean, it must have been something, if it is something like this, it was something that was really obvious. And she says, you gotta go, you're gonna lose your kids. They're gonna come over and they're gonna blame you for putting her in a dangerous environment. They're gonna take the kids. Because they've already had issues with CPS, right? So then she drives Summer like 10 miles away and takes 15 minutes. Puts her body 15, 20 feet in the woods. Walks back out to the car. It's on some weird dirt road somewhere. Then drives all the way back home. Parks the car and then calls Don and says, oh my God, Summer's missing. Then Don shows up. He knows every single thing that he's saying is absolutely true, let's just say. And every single thing that Candace has said is absolutely true. She's just omitting that little portion. And how easy it is to lie when all of it's the truth. You're just leaving out that last part. So that's a theory that I have. It's, like all the other ones, probably not likely to be true, but so there you go. Yeah. Oh, you're putting me in a vacation already, huh? Okay. It's kind of fun just hanging out anyways in that. Oh, it's really quiet. Wow, I was in the jail earlier. Wasn't the jail my vacation though? All right, Big Bird 420. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my God, like Brian Smith just became this really popular guy because he made one phone call on her. Look at this.
Hey Brian, everybody like me. Hey, I liked your voice, Brian. Pay attention to me, everybody.
Hey, thanks, Brandy Bradford. God, you guys are crazy. I've never seen anything like it. Man, it sounds like you should be on the radio, Brian. Man, they get a lot of viewers. Or listeners, I guess is the term. I mean, every one of these people would be in there. Oh! It's crazy. I'm not jealous at all. I think my voice is just as good. Let's see. It's just weird. It's weird how everybody just gloms onto one person. You know, you have this guy comes in with an Australian accent. God, he's the sexiest man alive. Yeah.
I was in jail earlier. It was awful. Disappointed face. Disappointed face. Disappointed face. Disappointed face. Disappointed face.
You guys are freaking nuts. Now it's not just 5, it's like 100 people. You can't listen to what shit? The music? Yeah. Well, it's playing. Thank you, Susie Heath, Beholder. I was in jail earlier. It was awful. Really? And Brandy Bradford. Why were you in jail, Beholder? Yeah. Someone grabbed her. Could have been. Yeah, well, we don't know what their stories are, right, Stacy? So we don't know if the kids have come forward with something, but they just can't prove anything. That's the thing. Like, what if the kids said, I don't know. You know, I think it was at this time, and Don was here, and all this kind of stuff. But still, you can't prove anything. I mean, they probably got his phone, and they're digging. They have all of the information that they need. They're just trying to get ping information, any contact information. I'm sure there's apps on there that shows you where, you know, it could have pinged off of different towers and whatnot. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Thank you, Cammy Curry. And Kathy Friday Maker. It might be our first show on that other channel, the So Mean, allegedly. It might be on Tuesday because it takes 24 hours to be able to do live streaming on it.
For Allegra Modello.
Wait, hold on a second. Yeah. Wife's home, so. Yeah, we don't know what they're saying or anything. Now here's one thing you could say in Chris's, you know, if he is been given inside information, which I think would be really irresponsible, because he's not that's not what he does. He's a YouTuber. So it's like, if he is getting inside information, he might really know that they're very suspicious themselves of Don and sort of has an inside track on that. So he doesn't feel like he can lose. So he's kind of going all in. He keeps pretending that he's not insinuating, oh, hey, justice is blind, everybody. That's why there's the scales. Except you keep implying it's Don over and over and over again. Is there anybody out there that is ambiguous on whether or not that the interview room believes that Don is the person responsible? Is there anybody out there that thinks that he's open to At this point, open to some other theory, because it doesn't feel like it at all. Yeah. I don't think I just don't feel like they're open to any other possibility. I don't think so, Jennifer. You must not be listening to the same show. Let's see. Yeah, he's totally made up. But he'll tell you what, though. He'll switch on a dime and makes it seem like he was on to somebody else. See, he'll do the same thing that he keeps claiming that that Dawn did. Like, let's say something came out of the blue and it turns out that there was really an abduction and they found, oh my God, we found her. He'll go, yeah, I was sort of onto that. I had this other kind of, that's why I said this, everybody. He'll come up with a reason that it made sense. Okay? He won't own it that he was wrong. I guarantee it. Let's see. And my thing is here is I've always thought that Dawn could possibly be, I can't tell you, yes, he did it. And it's not responsible for me to say that. I also think it's possible that the accident theory, and I also think it's possible, but I gave you the weighted amount, like 80-20, 80% either Dawn or Candace, maybe a little bit more weighted for Dawn if the stepsister's telling the truth, stepdaughter, is telling the truth about her mother, who is Dawn's stepsister. If that information is true, then it adds a little bit more weight to him. Sounds like there's some truth to it, but it might not be the same level that other people were thinking. You have those kinds of things, his early statements about, oh, she's dead, so quickly. Various things like that are make you kind of wonder about the guy. But every time I hear him interviewed, I don't feel like his tone and mannerisms make him sound, I don't get the heebie-jeebies when he's talking. I don't know what you guys are like, but yes, here's what I think. I think he'll easily shift if something changes, and he'll, I don't know what the excuse would be, but yeah. I'm sure he's a cool guy and everything like that. Maybe this is the new YouTube, what he's doing, and we're just not used to it. Right? Like actual interrogation type interviews with people, like the little trick questions. What would you do to the killer? Mark my words, everybody. Mark my words right here. That when the statement analysis guy gets to the part where Don minimizes what he would do to the person who's responsible for whatever happened to Candace, he will just go, oh God, that's $1,000 bingo card. It's just going to be the greatest. You wait. When he gets to that point, it's going to be massive. It's going to be way more than some of these other. The dog one bothered me too, saying that the dogs weren't at the, they were just out roaming around at that exact crucial moment. That's a little bit weird because you're trying to explain why there was no barking. And so that is something that bothers me. Yep. But we said that before.
Troll tag funds, money with wings.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about something that's really bad, Jennifer. So just, how about you let me just run the show the way that I want to? I don't want you guys talking about it. I can say what I want. Because it's really frustrating and I don't think it's right. Okay. I don't need you to lecture me on my own channel. Yeah. Let's see. Right. I think I'm still open to all possibilities. Okay? But when people are coming here absolutely believing that Don is the killer, no matter what, there's no chance that he's not, because this one guy is selling it to everybody. Now, it very well could be him, but can't we at least do what he is telling people to do by saying to people, justice is blind, we've got to, everybody's innocent until proven guilty, that kind of thing. I can see people theorizing. That makes sense. Like, what if this and what if that, and based on this and this and that. But it's literally like, oh God. Yeah. Whew, this guy's the one. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah. Yeah, maybe a little bit there, Ryan. What did he say tonight? Oh. Yeah. Well, you know what? Here's the thing is I hope he's right in a way that, like, we can get the case solved and move on to a different one. I think that's very possible it's him too. I've said it for weeks now.
But this one gets attention because of the cast of characters. Like Honey Boo Boo Cute Kid from Dysfunctional Family. Hope they find Summer soon. Anything is possible.
But don't you think it's weird that... Hold on a second. Thank you, Ryan. Don't you think it's weird, though, that, he was saying that Don called on his own free will, and yet it's recorded. Yeah. Like, I bet he waited for, like, the fifth ring. Hurry up, wait, how do we get the record? And Don didn't know it was being recorded. He said he did assume it was, but he never gave permission for it to be used. But he did say that he was aware that it was, he thought that it was going to be recorded. That's what he said. Thanks, Megan B. Right, but he called him, right? I mean, obviously, he must have been doing good work. There's people that talk about all the things, different things he's worked at. He sounds like he's got a pretty good foundation and stuff like that. I'm just kind of questioning, even if it leads to, yeah, this is the guy, the tactics here. I don't know. Doesn't feel like it's something we should be able to. I don't know. I'm just kind of jabbering on. I don't really know what to say about it. I'm still on the beach. I didn't even remember. The music was so low that... Let me get out of there. Thanks, everybody, for the beach time. And yeah, I'm saying, I don't want to sit here and keep talking about... I've said it before. The creators and whatnot. But I'm not really doing that. I'm just talking about the actual what's being done here. It's not like, oh, look it, there's a and like earlier I was talking about the podcast, because that is an absolute egregious error. So how do I not do that? How do you not do that? You're just supposed to let it go? Is that what people are supposed to do? Just let people do what they want to do and to hell with it? Because I'm not, and here's the thing. No matter what I say, it doesn't matter to them. They can still do whatever they want to be doing. I just want to let people know that there's a different way to look at something, and perhaps even, it's okay to disagree with somebody. I don't threaten anybody. I don't ever, listen to this. I never threaten anybody. Let me guess. Yeah, see, hey, LM and Jennifer, I don't like your little code thing that you guys have back and forth all the time, okay? You're always wondering, hey, is everything okay? I didn't do anything wrong. I don't need to get comments from you guys in the chat about what I'm supposed to be doing, especially for my moderators. I'm just going to do what I want to do, okay? Yeah, I know that you guys do this all the time, though, back and forth. I see it. For some reason, I notice it. It's like this little Okay, other people do too. It's not just me. I'm telling you. Right, but why LM? Why did you ask that? Let me ask. Can you answer that question? Yeah, I don't ever sit there and tell people to go look into a creator. I never tell them to go over and harass the creator despite what people think. I never do that. I never do any of those things. Okay? I never have people do that. And so though it's weird when you hear the same person tell everybody, yeah, I deleted her comment telling me how to run the show, LM. Do you understand that? You understand that part? Couldn't you just figure that out by looking at it? Yeah. I don't know. Screw it. Oh, I'm sure, Brian. It's so buttery smooth, boy. They're just gonna... No, it is cool, LM, because the comment she made was telling me how to do... Hey, I thought we weren't gonna do this and that. No, you were talking to me because I was the one that was talking. Okay, listen, I don't want to talk to either one of you two right now about this stuff right now. Okay? Okay, I thought you were talking to me, all right? Because that's what people were saying. I am talking about... I don't want people in the chat. Okay, you're talking to chat. Okay, good. It's okay, but put their name in the comment next time so I know who you're talking to. See how this just devolved into a shit show because you guys aren't communicating properly? Yeah, okay. This is unreal. It's weird. Okay, I get what you're saying, Jennifer. Sorry if I misread that, but you didn't say the name. It looked like you were directly talking, just a general comment. And of course, that's what I was doing right then. So look at it like that. Yeah, Don, I don't know. See, some of the stuff that Don does, so when you're listening to Don and they're sitting there criticizing everything that he's saying because, oh, look, he's putting too much information there. He's putting too much here. He's doing too much here. He's doing too much here. He's doing too much there. Well, have you ever thought that maybe Don is actually responding to the way he's been treated for 6 weeks? And that he knows, oh my God, they're thinking this. Oh, I got to say this. Oh, wow, they're thinking this. I got to say that. Oh, they're thinking this. I got to do this. I got to, you know. It's weird. I mean, listen, if somebody kept saying to you over and over specific things and bitching about specific things that you haven't said or done, well, then later on, you might think, oh, shit, I got to put in the part that they're wondering about because I don't want them to talk about that again. It sucks. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, he said he's turning over all the audio. Of course they can listen to it themselves. And now they're going to use this guy and ooh, every single statement that Don makes is nefarious. Oh yeah. Oh, who cares what channel he made an appearance on? That was yesterday, right? No, the one from yesterday, right? Yeah, I thought that was sort of interesting. Maybe he was on another one, I don't know. Maybe there's a second, part 2 came out. Okay, I'll go check it out. Anyways, the show just feels like it kind of went off the rails. I always hate that. I get so frustrated with it. I just want to do the show and not have to worry about the inner workings inside the chat. I don't even like looking at it half the time. I just want to look at it here and there. But in general, I just want to keep, get the callers, keep talking. Hey, Joshua Long, you need to call in because, man, when you call in, man, Zozo and all the rest of the girls like that one. Ah, geez, Tracy. Oh, boy. It's not a competition. Yeah. I know Jennifer does do a good job in here. Getting rid of trolls and whatnot. Yep, everybody knows. I've told her before. Yeah, Joshua, you need to call in and do your little sing. Get your guitar music going on for me. Hey, thank you, Kristen Cure. Kristen Cure. Has Chris moved his Airstream out of Tennessee and gone on to victimize another town and family? I don't know where he's gone. Yeah, I think the Erskine text messages are, they're interesting. That's for sure. He's somebody that apparently was there. Some people say they're not accurate, but, why would he write stuff like that? Are you taking off, Brandy? Have a good one. I'm just staring blankly at the screen. Just wondering when the next issue will come up. Hey, thanks, Seeking Rainbows. Because they didn't see a hat on him. Kind of the question is, what do you mean? What? You got to put the same hat on the next guy? Maybe he took his hat off. That was part of a disguise, maybe. Or, you know what? I don't think people, to be honest with you, the sketches are ridiculous, okay? Don't even look at them. I don't mean to counter something, but we've already heard that, it's either this sketch or this one. Well, it's somewhere in between, and at that point, forget it. Okay? It'll be somebody that might resemble a little bit, and so do a million other people. And how many side-by-sides have you guys seen where the guy looked a little bit like the sketch? However, when you take that person and put it right next to the other 10,000 people that people have done that with, none of those 10,000 look remotely like each other. So then you say to yourself, wow, that sketch is so generic that it matches literally everybody, yet none of those people look like themselves. Well, look, the sketch doesn't resemble Jennifer Rochelle or Jen H or Shogun Love or Miss Skiss or Zozo, but a lot of guys it does look like. All right. I will say that. Later back. Voices tonight. The Delphi Killer's voice appears to sound from someone older. Well, he does sound a little older, yeah. Doesn't sound like a little kid. And here he is. Move, video, move. Yeah. See, I think it's like, I think this right here is probably part of the same thing that makes up his hoodie. Wait, hold on. Now I gotta go check another comment. Yeah. Hey, Jennifer, there's other people that are talking to you too, so just the ones that are all supportive of you aren't the only ones you need to be responding to, okay? There's other stuff that, you know. Thanks to the mods and new subscribers, great, covers lots of cold cases we haven't heard of, and yeah. Well, the DNA ones are good. See, there you go again. I just said never mind. Let's see. Let's see. Now his right leg just moves the way he is when he's walking. So I think he's got like I think that's actually just part of a shirt or a sweatshirt that makes up the same thing as the hoodie. See on his head the hoodie there? See that? I think that's the same material. It's just sort of like one part's the tail sort of hanging out a little bit. Right, they're just nice comments towards you, though. There's other people talking. You know, other donations that were made. And thanks, LM. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think he's just... You're only seeing 57 frames or something like that. It's a really small amount. You see what I'm saying? So you're only seeing a small amount. You got... That part's hanging out low. I think his right hand is... in a pocket of some sort, and maybe he's propping something up. We know based on one text message exchange I had with somebody who was told what was on the video by a family member. She said that Abby said something about what was it? That's a gun. Is that a gun? She said, "Is that a gun? That's a gun," like that. Oh, look at somebody made a fake Brian Smith. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Which one is which? Let me look at it. Oh, yeah. So that first one is the fake one. Yeah, the second one is good. Look at how they just barely changed that up a little bit. Can you guys see that? Look at the... well, you can't see it anymore, but... Somebody made a fake Brian Smith. Yeah, I can tell that's you. It has a slight different markings on it. Slightly different. Who, me? You gonna send me to jail? I've already been to jail. We know how bad jail is. No, there's no cigarette. Yeah. No, there was a cigarette butt found, but there was no cigarette in his mouth, if that's what you're saying. But we don't know if look at tons of people go out there. The cigarette butt could have been a cigarette butt that somebody tossed off the Wilson Bridge up here. Look, the Wilson Bridge is right there. You threw it in the water and it drifted downstream and made it all the way down here. I mean, to me, the cigarette butt is meaningless. Now, if you found a cigarette butt at the crime scene, then it might mean something. What am I looking at, Jessica? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Shit. Fuck. Sorry. All right. I was like looking at the other screen over here. Right. So the Wilson Bridge is right over here. This is the bridge that when Derrick was driving back, he called from at 311. And, you know, somebody could have just thrown a cigarette butt in there and it would drift downstream and could have been down here or anywhere, right? Yeah, Zoom's over. I had to get rid of it. Nobody was calling in. Yeah. Let's see. No, there isn't one in his mouth. See, that's what's so crazy is people, you know, they show you this image and they try to get you to think that there's one in his mouth. There isn't one. Okay. Well, is he walking like this? Hey, guys. Well, let me see how that works. Hey, guys. Down the hill. Give me a break. Yeah, no, there's no cigarette in there. Just think how dumb that is. Both hands are in his pocket. He's got a cigarette in his mouth. No, just think about it for a minute. Just for a minute. He's just walking down there with the hands in his pocket with a cigarette in his lips. Come on. Just. Come on, that's pretty funny. Even you thought that was funny, right, Jennifer? No, Gray. Examine the sound between. No, because there isn't any. That's all bogus stuff, Reign Supreme. The guy that did the video where he took the audio when tried to claimed to reverse engineer the sound in between the words. That's all bogus. Okay, that's not real anything at all. It's complete trash. Okay, and it's really akin to EVP reading, where you just tell people you hear these various sounds and whatnot. What does that mean? It's great. I don't know what that means. No, I don't want one. This is the way I want it. This is how I am. All right. Are you not okay with it, Aloe? Is it not okay? Schnookums, are you all right, bud? Oh God, there goes Timothy. He was just threw it out there like a shit. I don't know, a steak to an alligator. Just threw it in there. Yeah. Nope, his mouth isn't moving. We don't see his mouth moving. See, I just want to let everybody know you can't see the things that people are saying they see. Hey, LM, nobody's talking about that. It's just that I can't even. I'm not going to try to explain it. I just got to do my show. In his pants. You see a bow and arrow in his pants. Well, let me do the. Let's get back to the image here. Okay. See right there in his right leg? Right? See, right? Now, boom. That's where they said that was a paddle in his pants. Because they couldn't fathom that light might actually hit pants and have there be a straight line at some point. Hey, Aloe, I'm not sure what you're talking about. You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, man. Hey, Aloe, get the hell out of here, idiot. Alright. Pillars. Jesus. That's not how it goes. Okay, I often get reprimanded. for stuff. Okay. Hey, Hannah, do you know what kind of bubble gum he was eating? That's what I want to know. I don't care if he's... I'm not sure what he's been saying before, but he's never going to be on the channel again, so... let's see. Yeah, on my channel, it needs to be how I want it to be, right? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Hey, everybody, go make a YouTube channel and do it how everybody else wants it to be. Okay? That's what Aloe just said. I mean, it's weird. We have just so many... Delphi nights are the worst, okay? So maybe it causes confusion more for me in the chat because there's a lot of people talking, a lot of trolls show up, a lot of people make comments, and if you don't specifically... I would just say if you're responding to some individual, type their name in and respond to them, okay? But when you just have a blanket comment and I just happen to be talking about that very topic, then I don't know who you're talking to. Oh, I don't care, LM. He can be a newcomer, but he's not going to be here any longer. You know what I'm saying, LM? Is it okay if I just make my own channel decisions? All right. Thanks. Appreciate it. Right, but you guys always tell me to look at the comments, look at the comments. Man, I'm almost gonna just quit doing these Delphi nights. They always turn into this every time. They degenerate into just nonsensical bullshit because it's filled with trolls and everybody's having to make comments. Well, no, you can't because it's it's your channel and stuff's going on, and then you'll hear look at. Then after the show, you'll hear 15, get 27 different comments. And yeah. All right. So, for those of you out there that have never heard of this case from the Summer Wells genre. All right, I'll tell you what. I'll give your clown. I'll put him back in. Let's see how he acts. Guaranteed, he'll have another negative comment as soon as he's back in. All right, great. All right, here we go. I'm going to start from the beginning here. God, I just remembered to switch it back over there. No, there's no holes in his knees. All right. He does have 2 prosthetic legs, though, that are both battery powered. Or 20, Brian, or 20. They just didn't gear him quite properly to make it look like a real walk. There's a little slight hitch in his giddy up, as it were. Taking my call. No, you didn't embarrass yourself, Megan. That's fine. I mean, we were talking about the other case earlier. It all made sense. Yeah. I'll just play this one more time over here. Hold on. So on this video, you see a guy in a blue jacket. Looks like perhaps a hoodie over the top of another hat. A little bit of the flare of the hoodie you can see on the right and left part. Got a blue jacket on. He's got something white that sort of is tucked under his chin there. He's not smoking. He's got blue jeans on that are older. Looks like there might be a little bit of thinness on both knees on the pants. I think that's probably what the person meant by holes in the knees. But yeah, it looks like there might be holes in the pants. He's got brown shoes on. He's got his left hand in his jean pocket, and his right hand is a little bit higher than that. Appears to be propping something up underneath the jacket. I actually think there's something in his jacket pocket that he's propping up and twisting, and it's giving you that little angle right there. Okay, so I think he's got something he's holding that's in the jacket pocket, and then he's rotating it down, and he has his hand and he's holding onto it, and it's just kind of holding it there. Okay, and that's what I see. And that little part, the brown sticking out, is just the tail of maybe a zip up brown hoodie. And that white part here could be anything, a scarf or a rope that he's got in there. Nobody knows. And that's it. There's no detail on his face whatsoever. Anybody claiming that is loading you a big pile of crap. Oh, I was just looking at this. This looks really off. It's supposed to be up like that. Okay. That was funny. But what does that mean, Sam? I know exactly what hoodies are, Sam. This Justin Gray, this Justin Gray. This Justin Gray doesn't know what hoodies are. Well, what makes you think that, Sam? You can have a zip-up hoodie, right? Have you ever heard of a zip-up hoodie? Put a 1 if you've heard of a zip-up hoodie. No, they do, Sam. They do. Look at all the ones in there, Sam. Only people that don't know that they exist don't know that. God, I hate these zip-up hoodies. Man. Those zip-up hoodies suck, man. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, boy, those damn zip-up hoodies, they don't exist. But boy, well, that's right. This is a look at those zip-up hoodies don't exist, everybody. This right here, I created. I made a fake zip-up hoodie and put it on Amazon earlier because I knew this call was coming in. I knew this comment was going to be made. All right, so it was really weird, and then I put it on Amazon. And it's funny because they're selling out. They just don't exist. I have nothing to sell. God, that sucks. Man, I could have made like another, thousands of dollars right now off of the show because, man, that is a nice brown zip-up hoodie. They don't exist, though. Don't you hate that shit? God, it sucks. Liberty! Oh, for F's sake, she said. I'm right, Sam. You're wrong, Sam. I just showed you it, Sam. Okay, well, but goodbye, Sam. I don't have time for you, Sam. I enjoyed your time when you were here, though. You were just a real hoot and fun. You gave me an opportunity to be funny. Thank you. Good luck, though. I love doing... the thing I love about Delphi Nights when we do this, one of the side benefits is all of the idiots that I get to delete and hide off of the channel. It's so rewarding at the end of the night. It's like, wow, another 25. And I think that's probably the most rewarding part of it. Yeah. Here, I'll show you the one. Put a 1 if you aren't familiar with the Delphi case and you're just from Summer Wells and you don't know anything about the Delphi case. Well, I don't see any ones. Okay. I guess everybody knows about it. I was moving on. Hold on. Yeah, so here's the deal. I made an animation on the bridge. So here we go. Let me go through this and then I'll play that part. So here we go. The girls were right around in this area. They were at their let's see, Libby's grandmother and legal guardian's house. At, let's just say 12 o'clock. They were sitting around. They already had breakfast and everything. Then they were doing stuff for Becky. Becky's the grandmother. And then they said, hey, let's go to the bridge. And Libby and Abby were given permission to go to the bridge as long as they had a ride there and a ride back. Kelsey was going to give them a ride there. And Derrick was going to pick them up after about an hour and a half to 2 hours. So Derrick, the biological father, but not guardian, he drove all the way down to Frankfurt over here to take some photographs for Becky's appraisal business. And that's why it would be an hour and a half to 2 hours. So he drove all the way down there. And then Kelsey drove the girls, just like this, on the green route right here. Drove them around. And then they passed the cemetery right here. And then this is the place where they were dropped off at approximately 1:37. Then both the girls started walking like this. Then they walked down this path. There's another trail they could have gone to. You know, I guess it's even possible that they went down this trail first, then walked back up, and then went like this. There was just nobody there to tell us that. However, I actually think the killer, more recently I've been saying this, is that we don't know for sure. As a matter of fact, I would even doubt that the killer was waiting for somebody specifically to cross that bridge. I just think he was waiting for the right time when he knew that it was just him and his victim alone in the general area, and had the girls walk down this path right here, he would have attacked them down in this area and then figured out how to get out, you know, his normal way. He would walk back to the car parked at the abandoned CPS building. But how it worked was the two girls were walking across the bridge, and now we'll start that from right around in this area. As they start walking across the bridge, we'll start off here with this first picture location, which is right here. This is what it looks like. So this is my animation that I made. You know, it even has the shadows in the right spot on the actual image of the bridge. There's the photograph that was taken exactly in this spot right here. Then they walk further and they get to that platform 3. And then Libby gets onto platform 3 and then takes a picture back at Abby walking. And this is the 2:07 photograph that was taken. They dropped off at 1:37. This is 2:07. It's a half hour later. Okay, so then at this point, Abby continues behind. She's slower. She's never been on the bridge before. She's a little bit apprehensive. Libby's been on there a million times. And I think about at this point, this guy starts following him from the background. And they're almost off the other end of the bridge. She's probably a little bit further back towards us. And then this guy starts hustling towards them. And he goes at them at the end of the bridge here. Yeah, see that, guys? Down the hill. Right there. Alright, so there's that spot. So this is all the way across. And that part you just saw right there is at this end. And then at this end, the guy, first he says, hey guys. And then moments later, it's not one sentence. It's not, guys, down the hill. There's time in between there. Okay? They just edited it together so it's all in one clip. Then he says down the hill. Then they go down a first hill there. And then that takes you to a private drive. Then there's another hill that you go down. And I've always thought that the original crime scene was probably going to be right here in this little cove back here. It's really secluded. But perhaps the girls made a run for it, and right here is this really shallow area. I think they would have gone like this down here. In a recent video, they made it look really almost impossible because they walked from here and went this way in that deep channel over there. This way, it stays shallow a lot longer, and the bank isn't even high. So he either marched them this way, or they ran from him, and this was where the crime scene was. Now, the killer likely, I would say there's a good chance that he walked out through the cemetery and got up on the road here, and then walked this way, and then maybe at some point cut across, and then got back on to this trail, and then perhaps walk like this, and then to a car that was parked here. There was 2 cars apparently parked in that area. Thanks, Cheyenne. Yeah. So that's kind of just the generic part of the story. They were both found there the following day. Searchers came out. Derrick, the father, did show up there. He got there at 3:15, and apparently the killer was in the area for 20 minutes of the time that Derrick got there. So if he got there at 3:15, then at 3:35, the killer's still around. Derrick, though, he got there at 3:15, and he ran into the flannel shirt guy, as he's known by, one of the McCain brothers. And the McCain brothers said that he saw 2 people, a heterosexual couple, at the bridge. And so that when Derrick heard that, he went down the 505 trail here because he didn't think they were over there. And then after that, he walked back up. And then from here, he walked all the way to the Freedom Bridge. Then he walked back here. He'd made phone calls to other people. And then about 4 o'clock, they were all kind of congregating here, and they started searching. And then also, interestingly, during that same time, just before Derrick got there, 15 minutes prior, actually 25, that's when Cheyenne parked in this area. And she walked down, and she was on the bridge and probably in this area when the flannel shirt guy was here, but maybe he didn't see her because she was over here, and he just noticed the couple at the bridge. And so Cheyenne's over here taking pictures, doing things. She took a picture over here around 3 o'clock, and then over here more like 3:15, and she's over here. And at that time, the girls are over here, and the killer is possibly still in this area, which is really weird because that's not far away at that point. And then she actually ended up going back and making it to the parking lot at 3:49 and uploaded photographs. But anyways, hey, Jennifer, if you're out there, I apologize for misreading the chat. It's just the constant back and forth out there. I've already admitted that I'm misreading it, that I don't want to do. Okay? Yeah, it sounded like you were talking to me because I was the one, all right? So if I think I misread it at that time, and, if I did, I apologize for that. But, it didn't reference a particular person, so I wasn't sure. Let's see. Possibly got away. Well, I think he walked through the cemetery right here, up through here. I think it's more likely he did that than sort of sneaking around in this area. And then he just walked on the road up here, and he didn't know. Right? Like people didn't know they were looking at somebody. He's just walking. And then maybe later somebody goes, oh yeah, I kind of did see him. And there's no crime committed, so nobody's looking for anybody. Almost none. I don't know. He could get COVID. I don't know. I'm not sure what percentage of the population's had it so far, but Oh god, those people are nuts. Drama must remain on the stage. How can we combine 2 super cases? I don't know. The pant legs thing doesn't mean anything. Why would you notice that? It just doesn't mean a damn thing. You're not going to notice something like that. Somebody's just walking, you know? How many people drove by the way? It just doesn't mean anything. Well, how do you know that they were screaming? And by the way, there was nobody there at the time. Do you understand? See, here's the thing. When the killer took Abby and Libby, there was 0 people. Okay? So, at this point, right here, it's probably 2:20, and nobody was there yet. There was nobody here in this area other than the 2 girls and the killer. Then people started showing up. So even if they did scream, nobody would have heard it. There's tons of trees around, and there's a creek sound. There's all kinds of stuff. And even if they screamed, you wouldn't hear it. And maybe they didn't scream. It could have been something they were just really scared. One of them was killed, and the other one was like, you know, just talking and pleading and got killed. But people don't always scream, right? Yeah, the pants things never meant anything to me, that there's water or anything. You know, 20 minutes after you get out of the water, you're sort of it just looks generally normal as it sort of spreads around. Nobody's looking for that kind of stuff. He may live near the area and walk through the woods to his residence. Maybe. I think if they've checked every single person that lives anywhere around there. No, they've never released the cause of death. There's some indications out there, probably accurate. It has been told, and Becky even had to put it out there, because believe it or not, there was an idiot that posted the funeral picture of Libby. And Libby had to she had to wear a scarf because her neck was cut, and that's out there. She had to say it because it showed up and she wanted to make sure that part of thing. Yeah, but just to let you know, I mean, everybody kind of knows that. I'm just trying to be the general obvious part. It just doesn't, like, people want to know the cause of death. I remember I got in this argument last week with somebody going, well, I think it's really important to know the cause of death. And I'm saying, well, the profilers, yeah, to develop the profile, yep, I agree with that. No, it's for us too, because it'll help it. No, you just want to know, okay? That's the truth. You just want to know. It's not going to help anything, okay? Now, if you gave the exact brand of gun because I left it at the crime scene, do you know somebody that owned this or that? Maybe, but that's not what's out there. Yeah, there's no need for us to know. The profile could be developed by the actual profile. I think they should release the profile, though. That's what I think. Although releasing the profile lets the killer know how not to act to fit into the profile. So maybe not. Yeah, never mind. Like, hey, listen. He lives in his mother's basement and drools. He plays computers and he lives in his mother's basement. Well, hell, now that guy's going to be an outdoorsman. He's going to... Yeah, me, Jade. You got it, Jade. You nailed it. Good call. Good call, Jade Smith. That looks like a real name. I bet that's an actual name. You sound like somebody like Jim Johnson. Yeah, what about it, Billy Bob? What do you mean by that, Billy Bob? Got anything interested to say? Yeah. You heard something about a tip. I know you can't really talk about who it is, but are you? I'm not really like confident about it. I just thought it was interesting. It was one that I was like, oh wow, you know. But like all of them, who knows? I mentioned it because it was just, for me, it was one of the more interesting ones. That's it, you know. I don't know. I think he's more somebody that blends in society. That's why nobody knows him. Who the killer is. He blends in. He looks like a lot of other people. Just a regular guy. What's going on? Nothing. Oh, nothing. Let's see. Yep, there she was in the background. There she was. Which one is the... Did they say another comment? Billy Bob? Ah, forget it. I saw time for people. Billy Bob's. I don't have time for Billy Bob's. Good night, BVK. Yeah, and there's all kinds of press conferences. If you're only from the Summer Wells case, you can go out and... I mean, I've got tons and tons of videos on this one. But of course, I said what you could have said in 4 hours. Yeah, I do these 3-hour shows, so yeah, we have call-ins and talk about various things. There's a lot of unknown information in this. Good night, Brian. The sexiest voice in the history of mankind. Brian Smith. Hey, Susanna Matt Gillipadrick, how you doing? Look how everybody's, good night, Brian, good night, Brian. But he was like a guy named Jim Smith who didn't call in, and he said good night. There'd be nobody that said good night. Not one. Well, maybe one. Have a great stream. Wow, you have a broken nose, huh? What happened? Let me guess, you were imitating one of your scent dogs on the ground and you went bang and hit it on a rock. Yeah, Brian's going to have to start an ASMR channel just for you guys, boy. I'll tell you that. Oh, that was pretty cool. Well, cool, Lynn. So you, yeah, I like Trisha Griffith. I mean, we're friends. I mean, sometimes I don't agree with some stuff or whatever, but you know, I was we've talked on the phone many times. You know, I actually like going on there. She's always really nice. And it's fun. I like that Amy lady too. She's nice. Hunting for victims, yeah. He most likely doesn't hang around that area much anymore. Yeah. See, here's if I was going to just randomly profile this guy without being a profiler, I would say he's a guy that has a job that doesn't put him in front of the limelight very often. Probably has a wife, maybe kids or something like that. But he's just like I think of him as a serial killer like person, and he knows, maybe he's had other encounters with, attempted to meet other teenagers online at other points, or maybe he's even, I don't know if he's ever killed anybody at this point. That's the thing until this. So maybe he progressed finally at an older age. Maybe he's 40. I think he's like, how about this? I'm going to say he's 43 years old. There you go. Nah, I don't know if he's military or not. I just think he's a guy that, a lot of people have been in the military, so it's not really something that's impossible, but that's not something that pops into my head. He doesn't look like he's dressed militarily. What's funny is everybody goes, oh, he's military, right? But he doesn't have anything camo on, nothing. He doesn't have a camo hat on, despite what people try to pretend. He's just got these regular sort of almost like dress brown shoes on. I'm not even sure what those are. They're not hiking boots. But I guess he could be in the military. I don't know. Oh, I don't know if he's ever been back. With the scrutiny that's been on it. He might have been there in the searching. But that might be about it. Well, it's hard to recognize though, right? When you look at this picture here, he's so bundled up, and there's no visible facial features, so you would have to purely base it on how he's moving. Oh, isn't that crazy, Lynn? Wow. Yeah. See, here's the thing: there's a lot of people that are just way too into the Morphew case, way too into the Chris Watts case, way too into many of these other cases. In every case, they sort of try to link back up to kind of revisit and sort of relive the excitement they had in that other case. Let me ask you something. Where was Morphew when John F. Kennedy was shot? Was he on a grassy knoll, perhaps? Sure, he was maybe a little kid at the time, but yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, you got it? Okay, I'm on to something. I wonder if they've ever looked in him for the OJ case. And one thing I find interesting, see, this is when you know something's wrong. Why is Morphew associated with the Delphi case? Why would somebody do that? And the reason is because the Delphi case is really big. So this again is another example of what I'm about to tell you. When people say I believe in past lives, right? Well, what do they always say when they say, oh, guess who I was in my past life? Oh, I was Joan of Arc. I was Genghis Khan. You know, it's never, oh, I was Steve the Brickmaker, right? And the reason is because that's boring at that point. So why is it that Barry Morphew's a suspect in the Delphi case and not like some other case that happened that nobody's heard about? Well, there you go. That's the answer. It's way more entertaining. Yeah, he may kill again. I hope he doesn't kill again. I think that's the deal, is that they'd be waiting for him to kill again. And that would suck, that it had to come to another death. I know for certain that there's family members that would rather have it not solved than there would be another death to have it solved. Okay? So I've actually heard that, and I think the same way, wouldn't you? Would you really want somebody else to die to get your answer? Yeah. No, he doesn't look out of place at all, Ginger. I'm just letting you guys know. See, let me tell you something right here. In the background here, these people they weren't there that day. This was just another image that I used to place the killer on. It was 43 degrees outside, but it was sunny. Wouldn't you wear what he had on a bridge when there's wind? 43 degrees. It was not 50 like people say. Wasn't 53. Wasn't 60. Now, crazy, on Friday, I think that week, it got up to 68 or something. I mean, it was weird. So people conflate that because it did get really warm. But on that day, it was 43 as a high. And that was at noon. And so around 2:20, it's colder than that. But you know how kids are when the sun comes out. They pretend it's 1,000 degrees, and they'll even try to suntan when it's 45 out, as long as there's no wind, right? And this guy was dressed how other people dress. I've seen other people, sunny outside, same time of year, same, right, you know, they were there the next few days, and they're wearing the same types of clothing, all bundled up, everything. So it seems out of place, but in reality, he's dressed almost exactly the way that a lot of other people dress in Indiana. And I've told people this before, but I can't remember where it is or any of that information, but I watched this video of these people meeting at a park, and there was like 10 guys in it, and guess what they were wearing? Every one of them. Brown shoes, jeans, a blue jacket, and a hat. But they were all different jackets, different hats. It was crazy. They all looked exactly the same. Is that it? Uh, 2017. February 13th. Man, it's already 3 hours and 20 minutes? Man, time just flies by all the time. It's crazy. Yeah, so I'm just trying to tell people that he wasn't overdressed, but that's used a lot for people to assign that he's, I mean, he very well could be, you know, wearing a jacket to be able to hold stuff under it and stuff like that. But people do wear these types of outfits at this time of year. Liked covering the most? I don't know. Well, Kenneka Jenkins was kind of, it was interesting because there was so much misinformation that I just kind of became the debunking king of that. Hey, thanks, Liberty. And, basically just disproved every single thing that everybody would say. As soon as they put a video out, I knew I could debunk it. See, isn't that a good position to be in? Somebody puts out a video claiming she's murdered and this is why. I can immediately know that I'm able to debunk it because I know she wasn't murdered and that she accidentally died. And therefore, all I have to do is just put the pieces together that disprove what they just said. And it was needed because without me, there would have been no counter to an entire... See, here's what it would be like. Imagine if someone like me or Chasing Truth or these other people who disagree with the narrative, the way it's being painted, we all agree that it's possible that Dawn could have been very well could be the person that is responsible for Summer being missing. But let's say you don't have people like us that sort of push back on how it's being presented. Okay? And debunking actual statements that people make that aren't true, that they use to sell what they're saying. Okay? You have to have some of those people, because if you don't, it's just this avalanche of people that all believe the exact same thing, groupthink, and it just turns into a nightmare. Oh yeah, remember the blue guy in the hoodie in the bathroom? In the kitchen. No, yeah, that was good stuff. Yeah, in the Kenneka Jenkins case, there was this little blue object in the kitchen right when Kenneka's walking by, and people say, that's a guy in a hoodie just waiting there for her to walk by. And then I show that the guy's still there an hour later, 2 hours later, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, the same blue thing. And it turns out it was just they were crates. Right. Isn't that crazy? Because I actually purchased the entire hard drive of all of the surveillance footage. It cost $50, and then I think it was $7 or $8 for shipping. Yeah, this guy's out there. This guy right here, he's out there to do what he's doing. He's definitely out there hunting a person, as I've said multiple times, and boy, it's amazing how you hear that same exact phrase. Yeah, he was out there hunting a person, and his victim, though, was not, I don't believe, was chosen before he got there. I think he waited and waited and waited for victims to fit into the it could have just been as simple as they're alone and he knows it. There's nobody in front, nobody behind, and he knows it. And so he would have followed down 505 across the bridge, anywhere that they had gone other than staying just on the trail. I think he wouldn't have done it if they just stayed on that main trail, probably. But once he knew that there was nobody there at the park other than those three people, Abby, Libby, Killer, that's when he made his move. And he kind of kept looking back, making sure nobody was coming, and then down the hill, and then they were killed. Yeah, the new Brian Smith, nope, didn't make it. Look at that guy making another account. Jeez. How do they know the killer was still there when the dad arrived? I don't know how they know that. I think it's possible that he's caught on another camera at some point. Or a witness. I mean, the most obvious answer would be that a witness is saying, I know, I did see that person. And here's what time it was. It was near the Freedom Bridge at 3:35, something like that. And maybe that's the answer. But it could be that there's a camera that shows him from a great distance walking, and it's not clearer than this one. And maybe less frames, so it's not even easy. You can't even use it for the walking part of it. Yeah, I think he's probably between 5'7" and 5'10". I mean, it's that big a range. Probably, I don't know. I don't think so, Cindy. I mean, when I say that, it means it's not like some crazy character somewhere. Did they know he was there for longer while Libby's dad was there because of their time of deaths? I don't think that's it. Because that can't be that precise. You can't be within 2 minutes. Yeah. He might have just been waiting there on a Tuesday for a regular female jogger type. That just might have been there during the day. And Abby and Libby, he just said, screw it, I'll do this instead because nobody else showed up and they're young adult, they're not even adults. They're 13 and 14, they're kids. But he might have looked at them like that. What? Richard Watts said they gave his wife $50,000 for a broken neck for diving off a bridge with no sign. Man, why was that even a suit? Isn't that kind of obvious not to do that? But hey, I guess if you can win it, awesome. Yeah, maybe, but how did he get over there, Jason? Did he walk over there, or parked his semi? Yeah, everybody's really focused in on the meat packing plant. It is pretty close. It's right here. And, it wouldn't be shocking if the killer is from the meat packing plant, given the fact that it employs just about everybody that lives there. So I guess it wouldn't be outlandish to think that. I mean, look at all these cars. Those are employees. Okay? And there it is. I mean, it's very close to the 200, right? Or, yeah, 200, and then this is the private drive, actually, right there. But if you would go like this, you'd get on the freeway here. Actually, how would they do that? Well, the best way from here would probably be to go underneath like this, drive this direction, and then, I don't know, somehow get onto this right here, and then right there, right there, and then go underneath. There's no simple way really to, I guess if you're on this freeway from the Packers, might be the best way to go would just be get on the freeway right here, and then you could get to this spot, take that left turn, then you'd go like this, around, under, then this direction. He parked right there, took this path onto the Freedom Bridge, went down here, waited, hunted all day, waited and waited and waited, and he finally ended up following Abby and Libby, kills them over here, walks back out through the cemetery, walks down 300 like this, and then maybe even right here he cuts through the parking area again and walks down the trail again, just like this, back to his car, and then boom. Oh, shit. God dang it, I did it again. Here it is. I'm right here. Let me do that again. So now I got it worked out. You guys can watch it. It was almost like I need to have all the windows open, so even if I'm like a smaller version on, like if I go back to this one, let's see. On this one, have the, like down here, a small version of it or something. Way in the bottom right there. Okay, here's the meatpacking plant. Look at all these cars here. Those are the employees. Look how many more employees there are. I mean, it just literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. So sure, I mean, as far as an employer in the area, and they probably employ a lot of guys there, that's probably a, you know, in terms of the possibility of what employer, they might be one of the higher ones because so many people work there. And then from here, he would just get onto this little street right here, onto the freeway. Okay, so right here, boom, 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 onto the freeway. Drive down the freeway to right here. And then you get in that left turn lane right there. And then from there, you'd have to know that this road existed right here. Because there's no other one down here. You could take this road, take that turn, and then go like this. Back around under, then onto 300 right here. Park his car at the abandoned CPS building, back it in. Then walk down this trail right here. All the way down this way. It's not a far walk at all. Then in this area, he's sort of hunting because he knows that people come here, they come this way, and he makes sure he's watching everybody, who's leaving, who's coming, who's going. And at the time the girls were dropped off, he knew that there was nobody in front of him. He kind of waited and lingered, maybe even talked to him for a little bit. Then they kind of kept walking this way, and he was like, oh man, he kept walking behind him, following. They make it to the bridge. He's back here looking in both directions, making sure. Then when they get about halfway, he starts walking, and then they start moving a little bit quicker because they're like, hey, this guy's coming after us. Then they make it all the way to the end here. Libby gets off the end of the bridge. Abby is still on the bridge. The killer's almost caught up to him. And Abby gets behind Libby. Libby pulls out her camera, holds it down low, and is filming the suspect. And he says, after he catches up to him, says, guys, down the hill. That's after the video that you see. Down the hill. He takes them down here, whether the girls ran across, he caught them, or he forced them across the creek right here. This is where they were found. They were killed. Then I think he probably left up. I'm just going to say the most obvious thing would be up through the cemetery, down the road right here, and then he either kept walking on the road because they're just random cars driving by. They're not going to see his face. They're moving quickly. Or he cut back here and he walked down the path, exposing himself to a slower walker that could then see his face at a slower pace. And then he walked around like this, got back into his car, and it either pulled out and drove this way, or it pulled out and went all the way back around to some other location. How's that, everybody? Does that make any sense? That's if he worked at the meatpacking plant. Other than that, just take out that part and say he parked here and he did all of that. Thank you.
Bitch, please.
Yeah, so Tuesday will probably be the first show. It'll be in the middle of the day on the So Mean, allegedly, channel. So if you go to my community section, you can go over and subscribe to that one. That'll be with, we're going to probably, what we're going to do is go over all of the factual information, either comments made in press conferences or either Dawn or Candace statements. I don't give a shit what Hunter said. I don't give a damn about any of that stuff. And we're just going to lay it all out in order and see what that says now after all this time. Go through the press conferences. All right. But that'll be like at noon, 3 o'clock East Coast time. Now her phone was just found in the area. It wasn't on her. Is she here, Linda? Oh, there she is. Oh, good night. I didn't see her. We made a new channel called So Mean, Allegedly. Because, see, I say, so we have...
Gray, you're so mean.
And she says allegedly all the time. But we're not really mean. And she says allegedly, so it's like, so mean, allegedly. Well, it's sort of an inside thing, but it is what it is, right? Well, what we're looking at is the end of the show, Ultra Pranks. So, this is the Delphi case, Indiana. Let me see how many people are subscribed there now. Let's see. I bet it's over 1,000. I would imagine. It's got to be. Oh, look at that. 1,006. 1,060 already. Man, that's pretty cool. Boom. Have there been any significant in the few? No. No significant updates. Do you have to pay money to get a question answered? Or listed a... Yes. Yes, you do, Michelle. How does $1,000 sound? I'm cutting you a deal on that one. Most people pay $2,000, but... Well, I don't see the 2,000, so I guess I can't answer it. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm not reading everybody's comments, Michelle. If you want me to answer the damn question, ask it again, because I've seen your other 2 comments. What a waste of time that was. Just ask it again. Wow, unbelievable. Let's see. Well, there are 500 people watching. It's like somebody asked, Gray, who do you think the bridge guy is? 20 minutes later. Wow, do I have to pay money to get a question answered? I've already asked it twice. Well, hey, why didn't you just type it again? Because I saw that one. Maybe put like, look at, and, you know. Well, the link's in the community section, Buckle Bunny. But yeah, here we go, right here. What happened, Megan? What do you mean? Well, don't worry if LM tells you to shut it. Just do the opposite of what she tells you to do, Megan. Yeah, just do the opposite of what she says. You'll be fine. I mean, I like LM too, but hey, that's only $3, Kathy. I thought it was supposed to be 1,000. Yeah, I answer questions all night long that weren't super chats. I mean, it was just a bizarre question. I mean, just because I didn't see your comment doesn't mean that I wouldn't answer it if I saw it. So what is it? Anybody see the question yet? Yep, doesn't look like she had a question to ask. Oh well. Here, let me see if I can scroll up far enough to see it. Seems like it was a really kind of a troll question though, because you're trying to imply that that's all it is if somebody sends money, boy, he's going to answer it. Although, to be honest with you, that's what the whole super chat button's for, is for you to read them out loud. Yeah, I don't see your question. Sorry. Weird. Yeah, I didn't see you offend anybody, Megan, so. Do you think it could be wait, that's right. I was about to answer Monkey Mars' question, but I realized with the new standard. Hey, Gray, do you think it could be the same person who killed the girls in Evansville? I mean, it could be, because they haven't caught that guy. How did the horrific crime in the middle of the day? I don't know. Middle of the day, nobody's around. He knew it, so it's not really. Where's the question, Michelle? Yeah, there was. You know why there was a tirade, Michelle? It wasn't really a tirade. If you've ever been here, that was a really mild deal. It's because your comment was passive aggressive when you said, "Do you have to pay to get the question answered?" And had you just asked it one of those other two times, I would have answered the question. Okay? So if you make another comment like that, I'm going to have to remove you from the channel, unfortunately. Man, what a crazy night, man. Why does the Delphi case bring out so many crazy people? What's going on? I don't really want to know her question now. Ridiculous. 3 times I've read her comment. The only one I missed was the question. What happened, Mandy? Yeah, I don't care if you're a subscriber, Michelle Don Maneri. Do you understand that? I just like to have a smooth. I'm going to give you one more chance to ask the question. If you don't ask the question, and it's just another random comment, I'll remove you. Okay? Good luck. It's hard with over 500 in chat. Donated a couple times. I would give more if I could. Yeah, I mean, I've answered questions that I've seen. You know, maybe I wasn't looking at the time you asked your question. Yeah, listen, I only want people to help support the channel where it doesn't affect their life. You know, like if you're sending money in and it really makes a difference to you, I don't want you to be helping. But if you can afford it and you want to help the channel out and the charities that we cover, then that's fine. And if you just become a channel member there's a $1.99 a month option. That also helps too. You know, a percentage of that goes to the charities as well. And the channel, okay? So it helps my channel and the charities. Yeah, I mean, I always feel like I'm talking to everybody. If I miss your comment, it's no offense to you, right? So you don't need to follow it up with some rude comment just because you feel ignored. Because I see probably 60% of the comments. Plus, I'm a really slow reader, so. No, I have not covered John Benet. Don't really want to. Everybody else has covered it. Oh, she says that too? Yeah. Oh, yeah. my Patreon channel. I don't really have a... My Patreon, people just are on there to support me without YouTube taking a chunk out of it. They're sort of like the silent heroes. There's nothing... I don't have time to do special things on there, unfortunately. I spend 4 hours a day doing the research about, and then we do the 3-hour shows, and I just don't have time to do that. So I feel bad. I put messages in there once in a while just to say thank you. And, you know. Yeah, so listen everybody, if I don't see your comment, you don't need to get offended by it. Okay? But I sure as hell don't like it when the first comment that I do see is sort of a passive-aggressive attack about me not seeing your comment. I tried to do that too, Hannah. I couldn't find anything. Yeah. I went way up there. Couldn't find it. Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's the same way everybody. Just being a YouTuber is hard because you have so many people. I get like so many just everywhere on Reddit, emails, you know, you get trolls. Like this guy that was talking to me on Facebook earlier just went nuts out of nowhere. I didn't even know what he was talking about. It was weird. But anyways, I did, like I said earlier, I texted a law enforcement person that I know that I've communicated with about that podcast and what they said, and he said, "Do not believe anything on a podcast." Okay, well, I have a show. I don't call it a podcast, and you can choose not to believe some of the stuff that I've talked about. But what I'm showing you here, and that's why I don't really stray away from the normal factual information of the case, because I mean, why would we do that? That's when you're in that realm of what we just saw on that podcast, complete and utter nonsense. Well, thanks everybody, but I've been on here for now 3 hours and 48 minutes. So, God, I almost accidentally hit the stop streaming button. That would have been weird right after. Oh boy. Well, I hope they release more. I don't know why they don't. No, I get, yeah, I have, for doing these shows. Not from an individual, but actually, this one guy threatened me, and it was so cool. I actually called the FBI, and they actually called me back, and then they had me go and give them all of the information. It was crazy, you know. It was amazing how quickly they were just all over that shit. And it turns out the guy was like this kid in England. You know, it was weird though, but he had all that. We both looked it up and corresponded, and that was the answer. But it was kind of neat how they actually take shit like that serious and get right in there. Yeah, it was kind of neat. To be honest with you. I mean, I'm a big fan of law enforcement. Everybody, FBI, they're just awesome. I mean, you don't want to be a criminal. Oh, by the way, this other YouTuber, he looked me up. Like, he tried to like dox me and look me up on one of those sites. And I've never been arrested for anything. However, I do have some speeding tickets. Okay, I probably have And I can't even remember, I don't know, 6, 7, over 30, how many years? 30, I've been driving for 38 years. And I have 6 or 7 speeding tickets. So what is that? Like one every 6 years? That's not really that bad, okay? It's not even that bad. But he actually looked that up and said, oh boy. And then he made some disparaging remarks about my wife again. And then he said, well, the only way he could pay for that is to, it's surprising because he has all those speeding tickets he's got to pay for. Wow, you're such a super sleuth. Okay. Unfortunately, though, for those idiots, I have no criminal history of any kind whatsoever. And feel free to look it up. You'll find nothing. But yes, some speeding tickets. Well, good for you. I would hate to get behind Debbie there. Boy. She's been driving for 40 years and has 0 speeding tickets. Man, she's the kind of person that she gets in the fast lane and drives the speed limit. Wow. Yikes. Yeah?
Bitch, please.
Wait, that would have been perfect. Come on, 40 years and no speeding tickets?
Bitch, please.
You bam! That would have been a good one, right?
Gosh, Green, did you just call one of your subscribers a biatch?
No, I didn't. That was just a joke that somebody has. Let's listen again, Mary Lou.
Bitch, please.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, boy. Yikes.
Five brain cells, 4 aren't working.
Yeah. You have a parking ticket, Buckle Bunny? Yeah. I had one and had to go to driving school. It sucks so bad. Wow. I didn't have to go. Well, you must have gone like 200 miles an hour, Darlene. I mean, driving school for a speeding ticket? Man. Now, if you were going like Mach 9 on that road, I could definitely see that. Oh, you're going too slow. Yeah, I could definitely see. You have 20 speeding tickets, Darlene? Wow. Yeah, but 85 and a 65 doesn't mean shit. You don't need to go to a driving school for that. That's like, maybe one of these days, Jade. So the trolls can all show up and flip her shit again? Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Eric. You're not actually Eric Alter, though, because I know Eric Alter. He's actually kind of a nice guy. Bye-bye. Eric Alter was funny. See, he was this guy at the beginning of the Delphi case that everybody kept saying, oh my God, he's a guy. So he did this video one time. It was hilarious. Well, it's really morbid humor, but he put these knives underneath on this table, and then because everybody kept accusing him, so then he sat there and he was drinking all this milk, and he was pretending that he was a bus driver that was really drunk. And then he accidentally hits the table and these knives go falling off. And he was basically trolling all the people that trolled him. It was funny. You had to get the humor, though, or you would have been like one of the idiots going, oh my God, did you see what he did? Oh boy. I totally knew what he was doing. He just had enough of all the idiots. He wasn't a Brit. He was just a regular guy. Lived in Delphi, I think. Yep. Okay, everybody. I think I'm out of here. All right.
Okay, bye.
You have to be rude about it. I don't know. What difference does that make? That doesn't mean anything. I'm not going to answer that question, Daryl, because it's not really that great of a question. Just letting you know. Let's see. I was wondering what the story was with Alter. Yeah, it doesn't matter how tall the person was because they just held the camera down in various heights. It has nothing to do with anything. She didn't hold it down imitating anybody. It doesn't mean anything. All we have to do, I know exactly how to get to the height. I know exactly where it is. It's about 2 feet in from the right rail and very low to the ground. That's it. So it doesn't matter how high the person was, tall the person was taking the image, because they weren't trying to imitate anybody. They were just kind of moving the camera around. And there's nothing you could figure out even if you knew the height of that person, because you don't know exactly where they were holding it. You see what I'm saying? I don't know who asked it. Anybody could ask it. I just, you know. Plus I'm low on sugar right now, so I'm not responding correctly probably. Yeah, well, sorry for the awkward, crazy moments in the middle there, but no, I don't know who Reign Supreme is. But yeah, it doesn't matter how tall the person was. And the reason I know that... What? What are you talking about? Notating. What are you talking about? There was a girl in your video. What video? What video are you talking about? By the white part that you were notating. But maybe next time. What? What white part? What are you talking about? I don't. You know what, Patty? I don't think his name is 5'9". Who is Bridge Guy? Probably 5'9". No, I don't think his name is 5'9". On the one you played, what one did I play earlier? The 3D one? What are you talking about? The discolored portion of the bridge? Today? I don't know which one you're talking about. Describe it to me. Way better than you're doing, so I can know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you meant. It's just your sentence was not very good, Maddie. You said, who's the bridge guy? 5'9"? You didn't say how tall is the bridge guy. Go ahead. I just type in what you were talking about so I can get to it. Yeah, me too. I don't even know what they're talking about. How tall is what person? Oh, I don't know how tall that lady is. Man, that's just a long, long time ago. Man. Oh man, come on, Reign Supreme. I bet you she's 5'8", but we don't know anything. You know, again, she was filmed with a camera that wasn't in the right spot. It needed to be 2 feet to the left of the right edge and almost down at the level of the bridge. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool, Reign Supreme. I just thought you were talking about tonight. No, they weren't, Buckle Bunny. They were talking about a video from a long time ago. And she's not even in the right spot. So the girl in that video that you're talking about, Reign Supreme, needed to be about 2 or 3 feet off of the rail that he's near. And, well, basically that's it. And then the camera moved more to the left. And then that white object would have shown in the correct spot. She walked right next to the rail, and that's not where he's walking. In the this image right here, see how he's about 2.5 feet off of that right rail there. She walked right next to it, so it threw off the look that you needed. I do need to grab something, Heather. You guys want me to eat an apple while I'm sitting here? What time is it? I could do another 24 minutes. Hold on. All right, this is some ASMR. Here we go. Well, what's going on? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Brian has nothing on me now, everybody. Forget that. Woo! Too bad, Brian. You just need to start eating some apples. Yeah, it's a Honey Crisp. Look at that. You can see through it. But not my head, though. Here we go. Man, there's just nothing better than a Honey Crisp. I don't care what one you think. If you get the right kinds of Honey Crisp, they're the best. By a mile. They're not even as expensive as they used to be. And they have you tried these? TTJO? I've tried all those. Granny Smith. Yeah, you know. These are amazing now. Oh, Black Caddy Brian was somebody that was here earlier that he came on and called. And he had the greatest voice in the history of all radio or television, based on the reaction of a lot of the women in the chat there. Hey, Buckle Bunny, have you ever had a Honey Crisp? Have you had one recently? How can you possibly ever have this second place? Or third? For me, there's only one apple left on the planet. These are sour. They're sour and like a honey. Have you ever tried this one, TTJO? You say no question is a stupid question. Yeah, I don't believe that there's no such thing as a stupid question. Sorry. I also don't believe in the philosophy of... And by the way, I'm doing this because they wanted me to stay on, and I can eat an apple. So shut the hell up if you're going to go, God, Gray, that's rude.
Well, it really is great, gee.
Yeah, Blue likes apple. I deplore you. Amber, Maiden, you're going to have to go get some Honey Crisps. Granny Smith's the green one, right? Isn't that right? Right there, Amber Maiden. There it is. The Honey Crisp. I used to like the green ones. They fixed these. They don't bruise anymore. They last forever. I mean, check this out. I put some in my golf bag. I forgot about them. Found them in a pocket after 3 months. Same thing. I'm not sure that's good, though. What does that mean? What's in these things? When they originally made these, they bruised so easily. Yeah, you wonder what they're putting in them, Amber. I'm just kidding. That 3 months. Like 2 weeks later, they're still good. They're in my car, in a bag, in the shade. They're fine. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah? Why is that? Drama. That's all the same, yeah. Hey, Blappin' on whatever your name is. You have a whole bunch of different accounts with that same face. Why is that? I always see you over there on the interview room, you know, throwing out jabs here and there. Why is that? Weird. There's somebody that has your that same exact picture. Maybe they're trying to pretend they're you. Although I guess, well, yeah. Blue likes a little bit of an apple. Blue's butt's almost better now. Chloe only has 2 more days with her Elizabethan collar. I think she's about done with that. She hates it. Mm-hmm. I like, you know what's really good? Try this for the hell of it. Get a Honey Crisp apple and dip it in maple. You can even do it sugar-free maple syrup. Ah, it's so good. Little thin wedges. Who was my suspect, Joshua? I don't have a suspect. Oh, you mean the killer on the bridge? Oh, really? They used my video, right? Did they put the link in the description, or? Why don't you send me an email? Why don't you send me an email of who that was? Hopefully it's not one of the little, you know, the channels that are just not really covering it very well. They just sort of, hey, you know, winging it. What are you confused about, Blappin'? Oh, they have a maple burger? They have that really good McGriddle. That was pretty good. Now, these are cheap. Now, they used to be like something like $5 a pound. I don't think it's anywhere near that now. A grape and an apple? No. Oh, God, he called me Gary. Oh, jeez. Boy, yeah, they sound like a couple newbies. How'd you end up watching that channel? Have you ever watched Gary? Good night, reign supreme. You know, when the Blazers won the championship, that's what they said. Ah, why not, Ladybug? Slab. I don't know. It's pretty similar in all states. Yeah, I think he is. You know, he's more valuable than CJ is. So I think he's worth the 90 million. Well, I'm finally done with my apple, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to eat that apple on the air. Was it pretty loud? I can imagine it being pretty loud. You guys do, LM. You do. But that's okay. As long as you're happy. Okay?
Gray, that's ridiculous, man. We all love you, man.
Oh, hey, listen, Mary Lou. I don't care what you say.
God, Gray, you're so mean.
See? You're so mean! Allegedly. None do, Mandy. I don't have that. We tried to get the satellite image. It doesn't show vehicles, but it is from noon on that day. Well, can I look at a Gray? No, you can't. Because you'll pretend that you see a truck, and there isn't one. Basically, it looked about as clear as this, you know, it was like that. It was really bad. And if you zoomed in, it just got blurrier and blurrier. On this one, it's clear, so you can zoom in. But it's not like that. It was about like this. What are you talking about? What do you mean one bite sounded like a school? Oh, that was it. Drama thirsty? What does that mean? There he goes again. Yeah. I just think people should really look at what that was put out on that podcast. I thought it was very irresponsible. I thought it was ridiculous. The premise that they tried to build, it was like a straw man argument almost. Two things that they had to make sure weren't true in their story to make it all work by saying that Cheyenne wasn't even there that day. And also that the flannel shirt guy only heard voices, didn't see anybody. But as we know, he saw a couple, and Cheyenne saw a couple. They corroborate each other's stories. And that's just the truth of it. But if you want to create this crazy, oh, he only heard a voice. And they were arguing. And it was the killer and one of the girls. Oh my God, oh my God. Cheyenne wasn't even there. I don't know. To me, that stuff's sick. Sick as hell. Okay? And yes, everybody has a right. Here's the thing, everybody. Everybody has a right to opinion. Listen, I think we all agree that everybody has the right to have an opinion and should be able to voice that opinion, right? However, I'm not required, as people seem to always want to say, to respect the opinion. I respect the right for everybody to have an opinion, but I am not required to respect the opinion itself. Except you always hear people say,
Gosh, Gray, you have to respect their opinion, yay!
Okay, and I don't agree with that. Why? How come? Why am I required to respect somebody's opinion? Can anybody give me an answer for that? Why am I required to respect somebody's opinion? Why am I required to respect somebody's opinion? I'm just waiting for an answer. Because you hear that all the time, that exact sentence. You have to respect their opinion. No. Well, here's the truth. You don't have to. You're required. I think we are. We have to allow somebody to have an opinion and respect the fact that they have that right. But you're not required to respect the opinion itself. And if you don't, you should explain to them why and not just let it go. Another thing is to never do the let's just agree to disagree when the thing that they're disagreeing with is a known fact and is true. Okay? Do not give in to the, well, let's just agree to disagree. Just sit there and keep fighting away. And if you have to just walk away at one point, do it, but don't ever give that sentence, you know what? Let's agree to disagree. Okay? Because 1 + 1 is always going to equal 2, no matter what. Even if you, well, you know what? Let's just agree to disagree. I think it's 79. Okay? Well, you're a lunatic. So I'm going to sit here all day until you realize, well, Gray, what you didn't know is that 1 was actually a variable, O-N-E, and I assigned that to be 39.5 for each of the ones. So those added together make 79, Gray. Oh, good point. But you never really started off with that. Well, no votes, nothing. Just do never accept, let's agree to disagree, and do never have to respect an opinion that you don't agree with. You know? If it, especially the ones that aren't thought out. If somebody has an opinion that's something that's not knowable, and it's well thought out and everything, cool. But sometimes people just throw out some garbage, like the flat earth people. Are you supposed to respect their opinion on that? Raise your hand if you respect the people who believe that the earth is flat, or that the shooting at the Sandy Hook shooting was fake. Okay, raise your hand if you actually believe that shit. Oh yeah, you see the girl in the brown there? It was all crisis actors. Alright. Yikes. Go talk to the parents, maybe. Alright, well that's about it, you guys. I got 5 more minutes. It's not. Oh yeah. Yeah, really? Man, that... Hey, but TTGO, that's like a total waste of time, though. Because it's never going to be... You know, it's almost 90% of the time, 99% of the time, it's just a crazy belief that they have. You know, like the people who believe that the vaccines that we were given have a nanobot in them. Ooh, there's a nanobot. Ooh, a nanobot. Yeah, no, there's no nanobots, okay? It literally works, everybody. It's... What, the red and white thing? Those are people down there at the end of the bridge. What are you talking about? The red and white thing? What thing? So that red and white things... What does that mean, Lisa? Can you type a better sentence than that? That's terrible. You mean at the end of the bridge there? This is a bridge. Those are just people. It was an image I used to do the overlay with. You said, so that red and white things at the end are houses? Where? Over on the screen here? How could those be homes? Those are like little tiny figures of people. Yes, Jen Richards. Houses? How are you seeing... I'm just... Now I'm curious how you saw houses over there. In the background. Those are just people on an image that I'm using. As you can see, this isn't a real video. I know it's that good that it looks like it's really on the screen there. But no, it's not the gate thing. Those are people on a bridge... on a completely different day. It was shot in March of 2017. My friends were out there. I'm using it as the background to place the released video on. Somebody told her it was houses? Oh boy, wow. That's scary. Jesus. Okay, hey Lisa. So you were actually like me then, right? You were probably... Houses? What the hell are those? What are you talking about? Yeah. No, I guess what it does is it speaks to how good my overlay image is, right? It looks like it really is. Oh yeah, why do you say that, LM? I don't know, I've talked to her some other places. Oh, you didn't know she meant the video, okay. So at the other end of the bridge, there's houses, yeah. Okay, so what Ivory Rose said that she thought somebody else asked is over here. Here's the end of the bridge, the southeast side of the bridge, right? And then over here, there's some homes over here, and the crime scene's over there. So that's probably what she was talking about. All right, does that make sense? Oh wait, shit. Yeah. Thank you, Amber Maiden. Almost called you Iron Maiden. Yeah, right here, the end of the bridge, and then look, there's houses right over here. Okay, there's no houses on the other side of the bridge. It's just a park. Nobody really goes over the bridge. Very few people actually cross the bridge and go hang out over here on this side. They do more now than I'm sure they did before. Yeah, good for you. Yeah. Okay, you guys. It is now 10:30. All right. Wow, I was way down there. Wait. Really? August 8th, right? Oh, I think there's something wrong with this. Oh, wait. So the show last night ended. Let me. Okay. There it is. That was weird. It actually had the same. The 8th for last night's show, too. Because I think it went late into past 1 o'clock. Okay, that makes sense.
All right. Michelle Nicholas, Sylvie Eschbach, Rita Schaefer. I like that sound effect. Unprogram the Mind, Sarah Smile, Mag, Unprogram the Mind, D&K Rec, Sean France, D&K Rec, Unprogram the Mind, D&K Rec, Rand. What? Brandy Bradford. I'm Elks. I am Elks, maybe. Chasing Truth. Cindy Liam. Jason Anderson. Kathy Frydenmaker. Liberty. LM. Susie Heath. Nicole Wilson. Tracy. Susie Heath. Connie Lee. Shogun Love. Rand. Amber Maiden. Esselbaum. Randy Bradford. Jen H. Carla Hussey. Rhea Mazzarone. Miss Marble. Deborah Thornburg. LM. As an element open. Nicole Wilson. Randy Bradford. B. Holder. Susie Heath. Henry Curry. Kathy Frydenmaker. Blind Squirrel. Rand. Kristen Cure. Seeking Rainbows. Emily Flotilla. Miss Gus. LM. Jessica Schubach. Trinity Cecil. Trinity Cecil. Daisy Thomas. Chrissy. Cheyenne. Chrissy. Liberty. JSD. JSD. Let's see. How do they know they kill LM. Chrissy. Kathy Ballin. LM. D&K Rec.
All right, everybody. Well, I don't know if I'm going to do the song stuff at the end because now I'm 4 hours and 30 minutes. I just need to go lay down somewhere. All right. So thank you guys very much for showing up tonight. Really appreciate it. And yeah, as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. I've been doing this with Frank for quite a while now. And And during this whole time, I have not
Yeah,
seen
thanks
one person-
everybody. Gee, Gray, what a party pooper.
Crime dissector.
Well, I'm tired.
Thug rejector.
Okay,
I'm
bye.
a certified
Great.
human lie detector.
That's okay.
I'm gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector.
Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a protector.
Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector.
With all respect, Joe.
Just remember I've a temple fucking check ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody?
Hey, goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, I know, Mary Lou. Yeah, good night, Mary Lou. Good night, everybody. And be safe out there.
Be safe out there.
Oh, man. You're on some thin ice there, Mary Lou. Thin ice.